MCC Day 43. Got the Emma show today with Europeans, Americans. We have one or two people on from Nova Scotia. Haven't looked into them too much yet. We have one. All right, there we go. Got the YouTube dialed in. Got DVD No, Pioneer, JJ. Could not get this video through YouTube. Had to click on Twitter link video. Had to go through Twitter as well. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Well, if you can get it out and share it, that would be good. I'm not sure why. Okay, we got Christine and Janine. Good morning. Thought I'd share a little file with you this morning. Media machine is firing up. You guys have a good weekend. Crazy 8. Nikki Lewis, Salty Air. Freckles. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all. How Nova Scotia mass shooter controlled, exploited women around him. Looky Lou. Important to recognize abusive behavior as a red flag. June 28th. Lisa Banfield Center, longtime partner of Gabriel Wortman, who carried out mass shooting. Gunman who would kill. I was thinking about it this morning when I was getting up. I'm going to get a shirt that says it's not that hard to say 23. Is it? Or is it? Invasion 1. Mark. Cindy. Oh, good to have you. Got 7 minutes. You might want to pay attention to this part before you pop out the door. Hope you have a great day. Love to hear your input. Across Nova Scotia, mass shooting controlled and abused women around him for years, including longtime partner and others who were in vulnerable situations. Public inquiry into what's this? Why do they keep using this word? I think it's kind of like this one, Into mass shooting, examining what happened in 1819. Gabriel Wortman destroyed several homes, killed neighbors and strangers across the province, including pregnant woman, while driving a mock police car. Documents released to the inquiry include accounts from his common-law spouse, Lisa Banfield, about his years of emotional and physical abuse. Anybody ever had a chance yet to read the emails yet? Some of them? Some that they've released? Whoa. Some of the interviews with some very interesting people, and I was quite shocked at what they said. Anyway, paint a very different picture. Documents released by the inquiry include accounts Lisa Banfield, years of emotional and physical abuse, and women who had sexual relations with the gunman, briefly partying in his garage. Caitlin Geiger-Bardswich, spokeswoman for the Women's Shelters Canada, said in one of these interviews, a woman dubbed EE. Hope you have a great day. Potentially they might weigh in on this one. I don't know. Inquiry transcripts caught her attention. EE lived gunman's Portapique Cottage and first met him around 2014. She had told the police she'd do odd jobs around the gunman's property, clean cottage, helped build a large garage that would eventually house his police paraphernalia. There's Caitlin. He had a place with no running water. EE said she relied on the gunman for everything, on firewood in the winter, to food, liquor, since she had no car or job at the time. He'd take me up to his house, run a tub for me, put all the nice warm towels, and he'd always have a little special soap for me. Was always done up pretty and stuff. And then he'd feed me, EE told police. At that point in my life, he was like a miracle to me. Hello, Beth. MH. Geiger Bard's witch said the situation is concerning. Fits larger trend, gunman's predatory behavior with women. He was a smart person. He knew there was a power dynamic. He knew that he could use and exploit women's vulnerabilities to their needs, their basic needs, to get what he wanted. Geiger Bard's witch said. EE described one time when she was with the gunman and they had group relations with a younger woman who was a patient at the denturist clinic in Dartmouth. Gunman would focus on patients who had needed social assistance or lived on the streets, EE said. Notice the selective quotations. Notice. Peter. NS44, good morning. Good morning. Have you read your statement, Cindy? Department of Community Services has confirmed Atlantic Denture Clinic will receive provincial funds to deliver services to clients receiving employment support or no income assistance and those in disability program. So therefore, he must abuse women. That makes sense. Between 2015 and 2020, he received $434,000 province for those needs. Oh, here we go. Linda McDonald and Jane Sarson. Where are these people again? They're back again. Where do we have some of this stuff? Well, here, why don't we trot out Jean Sarson. This is her husband. Conveniently picked people. Jerry Sarson, sergeant with the RSMP. Non-state torture will go after anybody that is not state. Right? Continuing on. There's lots of good stuff I've got on either of these individuals. How's the book sales going, ladies? Two Truro nurses who advocate for women's rights heard, was it white privilege? Heard other stories about the denture clinic successfully pushed for the to consider gender-based violence in its mandate. How funny that.
Good morning. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
I tried to send it to you. I believe I tried to call you the other day too, but to no avail. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. I do have some questions about something that is rather important that I think I should talk to you about before saying anything. They successfully put, after the gunman's name and face went public, which then, please don't use, McDonald and Sarson said they got a call from a woman who had been once his patient. It wasn't Linda. It was somebody else. Linda, who then they turned into. Oh, right. Over the Halifax Examiner. So terrified What she'd do at the clinic, she didn't finish treatment. She felt she was alone in the room in the chair, sexually assaulted her. This woman didn't even like taking the route around his office anymore. Okay, I'm sorry I haven't come across this statement. There's the two ladies. Portapic, neighbor Brenda Forbes. Balin Forbes. Brenda Forbes. Balin Undercover Forbes has said no one believed her. How many times did she say that in the article? Did anybody remember counting how many times? I love that article. I need to be reassured from the get-go. Nobody will believe me. She told the RCMP 2013 abused Banfield. But that's because she didn't see it. She didn't say anything. In fact, who did? Then, April 18th, 2020, the rampage started. A gunman attacked Banfield, threw her in the mock cruiser, told police he was trying to escape through the partition did escape through the partition, hid in the woods over the night, under a tree stump. Shake it, Brenda. Way too many times. CBC. Wasn't the first time Banfield said there had been at least 10 other physical assaults, to which the reports are where? Oh, right. And then the gunman was controlling her where she went. It's got a smell of Homolka going on here. Not saying that it is. It just kind of smells that way. Banfield said that he didn't like that she spoke to her siblings every day because he wanted all of her attention. Was it this Ramoli or games night family? I don't know. She described one night when the two gunmen's friends, Portapic Cottage, punched Banfield on a bed. Then described the gunman to leave her alone, but never stepped in. Oh, was this on a bed? Not sure. This is new. New photo illustration. Yes, photo illustration. Good morning, Jamie. I take it this lady, Elizabeth's co-mate, helped her make this article. I've been waiting for it. Gotta go. See you after in the comments. Okay. Hopefully we can get in touch. That would be good. Her notes were from Fifth Estate that Leon did. She never used them until now. I told her she could. Okay, good stuff. Hello, CSE. Beth. Good morning. Paul. I'll continue with this article. I'll probably actually just reread it for those who join us a little bit later. Have a good day at work, Cindy. Yes, very interesting. All these things, aren't they? Records? Where are they, man?
Bonjour, bienvenue, hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Thank you to everyone for joining us, both those here in person and the thousands that we know are watching online as well. This week, we are building on everything we have learned so far by continuing to explore the how and why the mass casualty happened. Our mandate requires us to examine a number of related issues. Last week, we looked at post-event communications and supports and how different police services collaborate with each other. The foundational documents, supporting materials, and webcasts of proceedings from last week are available on our website. This week, we will continue to focus on post-event supports as well as police actions, policies, and procedures with a particular focus on how these work in rural communities. Today we'll be hearing a roundtable discussion regarding the needs of families and communities after mass casualties. Roundtables like this continue to be an important way for us to hear from experts and others with relevant experience, so we can develop and share well-informed recommendations and lessons learned going forward. After the roundtable, Commission Council will be marking a number of documents as exhibits before we conclude today's proceedings around 1 p.m. I will now ask Dr. Emma Cunliffe, Director of Commission's Research and Policy Team, to introduce the roundtable members and facilitate today's discussions. Thank you. Dr. Cunliffe.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. As Commissioner Fitch has indicated, my name is Emma Cunliffe, and I have the honour of serving as Director of Research and Policy for the Mass Casualty Commission. Much of the work that forms the basis for today's roundtable discussion has been led by a member of the Research and Policy team, Nicole Elizabeth, who's completed many interviews with community members and service providers and conducted extensive research to identify best practices and interesting models for community and family support. As facilitator of today's roundtable, I will be discussing the questions, asking follow-ups, and moderating dialogue. I would ask those of you who are participating in this roundtable, please to speak slowly for the benefit of our accessibility partners. Roundtable discussions form part of the Commission record. They're being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. The Commissioners may choose to pose questions or ask for clarification at any point. The Commission has heard evidence and amassed information about the impact of the mass casualty of 18 and 19 April 2020 on those families and communities who were most affected and on the aftermath of the mass casualty. We've sought this information by many means, including through meetings with family participants, interviews with community members and service providers, which have and will be tendered before the Commissioners, and documents generated by those agencies who were tasked with supporting and providing information to families and communities, including the Nova Scotia Government and the RCMP. The Commission has produced foundational documents that summarise much of this evidence, and we anticipate that more documentary evidence will be tendered next week. The Commission has also conducted a Share Your Experience consultation, through which many community members shared with us the deep and lasting ways in which the mass casualty has impacted them and their communities. We've spent time in the affected communities, including through a series of open houses and when conducting interviews and investigations. This is also a good opportunity to remind you that we are presently conducting a further public consultation, this one online, in which we're seeking input about the recommendations that you would like to see considered as part of the Commission's work. You can find more information about this consultation on the Mass Casualty Commission website at masscasualtycommission.ca. Under the Proceedings menu, look for the option called Public Submissions. The commissioned reports produced by Dr. Greta Deeb and her colleagues at the Norwegian Centre for Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies and by Dr. Jacqueline Schildkraut document on the basis of empirical research that experiencing a mass casualty has deep and far-reaching impacts on survivors, families, and communities. We're fortunate to be joined today by these report authors and also by other experts who bring deep understanding of the support needs and experiences of individuals, families, and communities to the table. In a moment, I'll invite these experts to introduce themselves to you and to share a little more information about themselves and their experience with the matters we'll be discussing today. As with all of the Commission's roundtables, today we will not focus specifically on the mass casualty of April 18 and 19, 2020, nor will we seek to interpret the evidence that's before the Commissioners about how service providers, communities and families experienced and responded to the mass casualty. That work is being done in other aspects of the Commission's process. Today we will focus on the insights and best practices that can be found by looking to other communities who've experienced mass casualties, and our roundtable participants will share both their expertise and their experience with these matters. The core themes for this roundtable are first, the immediate, short-term and long-term needs of those impacted by a mass casualty, with particular attention to the needs of the families of victims and members of communities closely connected to a mass casualty. Second, best practices for addressing these needs. And third, models that support grief, promote healing, and foster resiliency. Our intention is to provide a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversations in phase 3 about the lessons learned about what constitutes effective approaches to supporting survivors, families, and communities, and to contribute to potential recommendations on these matters. To get us started, I'm going to ask each of our roundtable members to introduce themselves, and I will begin with those who are joining us virtually today. If I may please begin in Norway, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. My name is Grete Diep. I'm a professor in child and adolescent psychiatry at the University of Oslo and a head of research at the Norwegian Center of Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies, where I have conducted a study on the survivors of the Utøya shooting attack, where we lost 69 youth in 2011. They were participants in the summer camp, and this shooter came to the island and shot as many as he could before the police came. And we followed them up over a period of almost 9 years and 4 data waves, and that's what we have shared with you in our report.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Diep, and thank you for joining us today. If I may now turn to Levent Alton.
Good morning. My name is Levent Alton. I'm the Executive Director of Victim Support Europe. Maybe just before I start, I'll say thank you also for the invitation to speak here. I think it's an honor, and certainly all of us in this sector think it's extremely important to have these inquiries and to make sure that victims' voices are heard. So thank you for that invitation. I've been working the last 20 years in the criminal justice counterterrorism field. I've worked in the UK civil service, but in terms of victims, I worked in the European Commission to develop victims legislation before moving over to Victim Support Europe, where I've been the director for the last 8 years. Just quickly, Victim Support Europe is we're an umbrella organisation of 70 members in 34 countries. Those organisations support all victims of crime, supporting somewhere in the region of 2.5 million victims per year. What we've been doing over the last, I would say, 7-8 years is having also a specific focus on victims of terrorism, coming out of the Paris attacks, where we assisted the national response framework with respect to foreign victims, and in the following years supporting the European Commission, supporting the United Nations with the development of policy frameworks, but also running an EU Centre of Expertise for Victims of Terrorism, as well as working with national governments such as the Belgian government to look into how they could improve their responses after the Brussels attacks in 2016. Thank you.
Levent, thank you for joining us today. Mary Fetchett, if I may turn to you, please.
Good morning. My name is Mary Fetchett, and I want to start by offering my condolences to the families that lost loved ones, and of course, all of the community, those that survived and those that are now tasked with responding and providing support. I'm a social worker, and I've worked in the field for over 29 years. On 9/11, we lost our son, Brad. He was, well, we didn't lose him. He died in the attacks on September 11th. He was working in New York City, and he was one of 2,977 that died. So my response to his death was to start an organization. It was formerly called Voices of September 11th. But because we're doing so much work beyond working with the 9/11 families, who we continue to provide support for, we're also working with other communities to make sure that we can share our lessons learned to help communities respond to the tragedy. So we provide long-term support for the victims' families. They lived in 93 countries. What we're seeing right now, of course, is the medical and mental health challenges that the survivors and responders are experiencing because of their exposure to toxins in the aftermath of 9/11. We started doing research about 10 years ago, and so we've developed best practices in providing the immediate, short-term, and long-term needs. We also have done a lot of public policy work. I was one of 12 family members that pushed for the 9/11 Commission to be established, and that led to sweeping intelligence reforms. We also worked very closely with the memorial even before they had a structure in place to make sure that the victims' families and the stories of survivors and responders are told. And we collected over 87,000 photographs of the victims and shared that collection with the memorial when they had built it. And then we've also done a lot of public policy work, working with some of the organizations that have responded, like the medical examiner, who still today is identifying remains of our loved ones. So I think that, you know, as I started, you know, our condolences to all of the families. And, you know, I'm sure that everyone that's speaking today joins in our offer to help the support that's needed to make sure that you have the capability to move forward and heal.
Thank you very much, Mary. We're very glad to have you with us today. Megan Mcelher, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Mary, for sharing condolences on our behalf. I echo that sentiment. My name is Megan Mcelher, and I'll just note that I'm joining today from Treaty 7 lands in Calgary, Alberta, home of the Blackfoot Confederacy, which includes the Tsuut'ina, the Nakota, and the Métis Nation of Region 3. I'm tremendously honored and humbled to be part of today's proceedings, and thank you for the invitation to join. I'm a practicing clinical psychologist in Calgary and the head of a community-based mental health practice where the work that we do is with individuals in the community, organizations, families who have experienced traumatic events and who may have gone on to experience mental health difficulties as a direct result of those traumatic events. So I spend much of my time sitting with people, helping them to work through the losses and the traumas that they have suffered. I'm additionally focused on research in the area of post-traumatic growth. So specifically the idea that how and in what ways we help people recover from the adversities and the tragedies that they face can have an impact in terms of their overall growth and development. I also spend time involved in research projects looking at resiliency, and so bring that lens to this conversation as well. How and in what ways do people feel a sense of resiliency and capacity within themselves enhanced as they go through, again, tremendous losses and suffering. So I am particularly here today with the recent and ongoing experience of working with folks who've experienced trauma, and am hoping to bring some degree of insight into what we know can help people in this type of recovery and healing process. So thank you very much again for having me here.
Megan, thank you. Today. If I may now turn to those members who have joined us in person today. Serena Lewis, sitting to my left, please go ahead.
Thank you, Emma. My name is Serena Lewis. I would like to start my introduction first by acknowledging that I am a mother, I am a daughter, I am a sister, I am a friend, and I am a neighbor to a very weary community. I live in Great Village, and the impacts of this have been profound on myself, my family, my friends. I offer condolences to all of the people in the room who have come here to support me, and I hope subsequently that we can help support the families and the families and the entire community that again has been brought to its knees over this. I am a constituent who votes at a municipal, provincial, and federal level. I vote every time I have an election. I am a professional social worker of the master's degree. I have spent 20 years specializing in the fields of death, dying, and grief. I have had the privilege of working with my local communities, my provincial communities. I have spoken at both national and international conferences. I acknowledge that I am sitting here on the unceded territory of the First Nations communities of the Mi'kma'ki. I think it's incredibly important that we recognize truth and reconciliation at the foundation of this is really pulling apart the understanding of grief and trauma that our country, our province, needs to address through this truth and reconciliation process that we're on. I acknowledge 400 years of colonization and impacts on the oppression of our Black and African Nova Scotian communities. Again, acknowledging grief and trauma. Our Acadian population here in Nova Scotia, part of our history and the land that we sit on. I acknowledge that throughout COVID for the past 2 years, the complexities of grief and trauma in this country and in this province escalate, and tragedies that we haven't even begun to be able to talk about yet. I acknowledge that we're a province who is welcoming newcomers graciously, but also recognizing they too are bringing their grief and trauma from war-torn countries. I acknowledge all of my fellow panel members who again have acknowledged that this part of the subject material that they're working with also are the many, many lives that have been lost through mass casualty events. I acknowledge the impact of grief and trauma from a gender-based violence lens that's very much intertwined in all of this that we're here to talk about today. But importantly today, this mass casualty event has had profound impacts on the people that I love, the people that I care about, and the colleagues who are working incredibly hard across our province to keep people supported throughout this. So I thank you for being part of this from my professional stance. I also deeply acknowledge my personal experience with this as well.
Serena, thank you so much for joining us today. And in turn, I'd like to acknowledge the courage and the generosity that you're showing in joining us. Terry Mitchell.
Hello, everyone, and hello, commissioners and our panel. My name is Terry Mitchell. I am a community psychologist and a registered clinical psychologist. I've been working for my entire professional life in the area of trauma. And I'm here today with respect and humility for what I might offer based on my limited experience in Nova Scotia. I now live in Prince Edward Island. I am a recently retired professor who was at Dalhousie and have recently returned. I was away for a long time and have recently retired and returned to the Maritimes. I was once at Dalhousie. I began in working in community health and epidemiology at Dalhousie in the Faculty of Medicine in July 1998. On September 2nd, you will recall that this was their disaster response efforts of your communities began. And that's when I was invited as a new faculty member. They were like, "You're a community psychologist. Maybe you could address this." I built together an interdisciplinary team of faculty members, but most importantly, over a number of years, I brought together a community advisory group, emergency measures, fishers, fire chiefs, social workers, religious leaders and civic leaders. And with working with them, they guided me on what questions we should ask and how to go forward. So with great humility, I'm here to share whatever lessons we may bring from those early experiences.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Terry. And Jacqueline Schildkraut.
Thank you all for having me, commissioners, and Emma for bringing me here, and to the communities that are represented here for having me as well. I echo my fellow panelists in offering my condolences to all who were affected in any capacity. I am an associate professor of criminal justice at the State University of New York at Oswego. For the last 15 years, I have studied various aspects of mass shootings in our country. And from 2014 to today, I have worked with survivors who have been impacted by these tragedies professionally. In 2017, after conversations with many of these individuals about what their recovery and resiliency process looked like, what the aftermath of these events meant to them and to their communities, I started conducting research to in part give survivors a voice that often was left out of the conversation in our nation. And through that, I've learned many things that I hope me being here today will allow me to serve as a vehicle to help share those stories and those lessons. I take no credit for them, just simply for being able to share them on their behalf. I also approach this personally, as I come from two communities that have had mass casualty events. I grew up in the Parkland, Florida area, where on February 14th of 2018, a member of our community entered a high school and took 17 members of our community away from us, injured 17 others, and changed a place I've known my entire life in a matter of 6 minutes. I also went to college in Orlando, Florida, which is where the Pulse nightclub shooting occurred in 2016, where we also lost 49 members of our community.
Sorry, is this the same lady who didn't live there, didn't go to school? Like, obviously, the Parkland is high school. That was last year, I believe, 2021. Bit out on the times. You didn't live there. You have no idea.
We don't necessarily know how to do. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this.
Jacqueline, thank you for joining us. Let's begin our conversation today, as many of our roundtable members have already done, by discussing relationships and recognizing the context in which we're here to have today's conversation. You've already heard that some of our roundtable members have direct personal experience of the grief and trauma of losing loved ones or community members in a mass casualty incident, while others have spent years working in community and with individuals who have suffered this grief and trauma. Some of our roundtable members have asked that we start with an opportunity to address those survivors, family and community members who are here in person today or who might be following along with the webcast because they lost loved ones in the mass casualty. Mary, you've spent more than 20 years as an advocate for long-term supports for those affected by mass casualties and an advocate for government reform. As a mother who lives with the grief and trauma of the death of your son, Brad, in the 9/11 terrorist attacks, is there anything more that you would like to say to those whose family and friends died in the Nova Scotia mass casualty?
Well, again, I just go back to offering, my condolences. Anytime there's a tragedy like this, it brings us back. I think I can speak on behalf of any victim. Being exposed to the news and understanding the long journey they have and with the hopes that they have, the support that they need. I think it's so critical, what you're doing to get today to pull people together that can help guide you along that long journey. But hopefully, too, I think that those of us that have gone through it, and maybe it's a different type of tragedy, but the loss and the grief is the same. And that's something that we have to deal with. I think the thing that I heard that was most insightful early on is to recognize that everybody goes through grief differently and they go through in their own time. And that you have to recognize not just for yourself, but recognize for your family and friends that you go through it differently. And I think there's challenges with that. But if you take that into consideration and accept that, and to try to understand who are the best people to provide that support that you need, because the support is very different based on how you're going through it. So I just go back to, I think, having, pulling this event together today to be able to give us some insight into, that journey and hearing from people that have either experienced or worked with people that have is a really good first step.
Thank you. Serena, you live and work in the communities that were most affected by the mass casualty. What would you like to say to your neighbours and friends who are listening to today's roundtable about the work that we will do here today?
Thank you. I think it's really important today to acknowledge, while we're looking at the research to help inform the process, to make recommendations, that we're also living this experience in very real time. And time is an interesting factor when it comes to grief and trauma. As we've just heard you indicate, Mary, as you remember and share your story about your son as well. I think it's deeply important that we're remembering that our province is raw right now. People sitting here in the room today, those watching, that we're all living this experience, whether we were somebody who responded on the events of April 18th and 19th, whether we are family members, whether we are community members now in our schools, our long-term care facilities, our hospitals, and our markets. I think we've all been touched by this. So as we navigate this space today and we delve into the research and understand how this unfolds for people, I think it's very important that we have not forgotten that this is not research matter. These are people's lives. These have been people's deaths, and this is all of our grief and trauma experience. And we don't want to lose sight of any of that today as we work this process through to be able to talk about where are we going to go with this.
Thank you. Terry, you spent 2 years developing the community relationships in the Peggy's Cove area that allowed you to do your groundbreaking study of the impacts of the Swissair disaster on the community. In our conversations preparing for today's roundtable, you've emphasised that the work of understanding these harms and supporting communities should begin and proceed in relationships. What does this mean to you?
It means everything. And especially for those who've been most affected, relationship means everything. It's relationships they've lost, relationships that sometimes are broken through the stress and the conflict that arises after loss and during grieving, in times of trauma. But in terms of being a researcher, an ally, a colleague, a neighbor, a friend, the relationship is important that it be based on trust and that it be based on humility and that it be based on an understanding of the profound ignorance, not of our own fault, but as an outsider, I don't have the knowledge required in order to do necessarily what is needed in the best way. And I wish to say, and you may hear in my language, that I draw a lot from my experience of working with Indigenous peoples over many years who, as Serena mentioned, are still subject to colonialism and the trauma and losses, the colonial trauma that continues. But in that, I learned that relationship is everything, and relationship is not meaningful or important or effective unless it's based on both respect and humility. So beginning and taking time. Relationships don't just happen because, oh, I have a research grant, or there's a research problem, or there's a disaster and a response is needed. Relationships develop over time, and what was important as being an outsider in many ways, I was very new to Nova Scotia at the time, but is that I needed to find out who could tell me where to begin, how to begin, not just to find some people who could represent for a research program, but who could represent for the community, who had the respect already, who had the trust already. Amongst one another. So beginning to find community informants that were respected and trusted by their community, and having them guide me, then who else should I talk to? Who else should I speak with? And so meeting in the fire hall, meeting in the church basements, meeting in people's homes over tea, and then moment by moment, then fishers are telling me, you've got to go talk to so-and-so. And the fire chief saying, well, you have to go, well, you can't do this without so-and-so. So it began like that. And so then they began to develop relationships with me and trust with me. And then it continued that. So it means everything. And I want to acknowledge, in case I, in my long-winded way, forget at some other point, to say that what's important in all of that is to identify that the knowledge is in the community. The relationships, why are they important? Because the knowledge is there, the capacity is there, the sense of priorities are there, and the capacity is there in terms of people. So I want to acknowledge Serena Lewis as a community champion. So in research and in interventions of any kind, a first step is to identify and develop and support, if they don't identify themselves, to support community champions and to help them to lead the way. So it means everything.
Thank you very much. Megan, you're a community psychologist who works closely with communities that have experienced trauma. How would you begin today's conversation? What information or insights would you like to share about working with those communities?
Yeah, I'm just appreciating what everyone has said so far. I have a couple of thoughts or a couple of offerings that I'd like to add in just for consideration. You know, as I sit here and I think about the events that have been experienced and what this has been like over the last couple of years, with the unbelievable complication and experience of COVID layered on top of this, and all that has meant for ways in which connection has been that much more difficult. My heart breaks, honestly. I'm so sorry that this tragedy and casualty occurred. And one of the things I reflect on that I think is so important for communities and for families and for people who have lost loved ones to understand, and yet it's one of the hardest things to confront, is that there is no going back, that there is something that has happened here, and things will, I mean, grief by its very nature means we will never have again what we once had. And due to the events that happened in April 2020, there's now what I like to think of as almost like a fault line in the earth. And there can be rebuilding, there can be growth, there can be change, any number of things. But part of the grief we have to help people acknowledge and work through is that there will now be a moving forward, not a return to how things once were. And I think what's important in that is that we respect that, as Mary said, grief happens and people experience grief in different ways and at different times. I think it's important to know or acknowledge that in this kind of an experience, there are multiple different kinds of grief. So there is, you know, perhaps the direct grief of losing a loved one. There's also the grief that is part of being in a community where this occurred, and what this now means for a community to have to find ways to recover together. And that I underscore the coming together and the finding ways to truly build bonds off of trust and a deep desire to seek to understand the experience of community members is essential. But we have to understand that there's all of these different layers and types and experiences and ways that grief shows up that is going to be very different at different moments in time, that is going to be very different from person to person. I often reflect on, as someone who works with those who have gone through trauma and who are trying to reclaim their lives, the world of the psyche and the soul and the heart doesn't keep time the way that the physical world does in many respects. In the world of the psyche, there is no time. And so we need to, allow community members and family members to not put pressure on themselves because a certain amount of time has passed or certain things have unfolded. In fact, grief is increasingly a process of learning to live with what has been lost and learning to live with what has changed and finding ways to, continue to honor and grow and make meaning out of experience. But that cannot happen on a timeline. And, as I would hasten to submit, or I would humbly submit that the community is very, very still in the early days of this. And I think particularly because of the complications that COVID has brought to the community, there's going to be a great likelihood that there is a sense of, there's too much pain to bear and it's hard to share yet. And the recommendation often and always, from my perspective, is finding ways to stitch together those bonds of connection with other people who can, to some extent understand what the lived experience is of all of these nuances and all of these vagaries of grief that everyone is experiencing.
Thank you. Greta, thank you for joining us today, especially as you and your community begin the difficult work of assisting your fellow Norwegians who've experienced another mass casualty just this past weekend. Please carry our condolences and our best wishes back to your fellow Norwegians as you do this work. Based on your very extensive experiences studying the trauma, somatic impacts and lasting impacts of a mass casualty or terrorist incident on a large population of Norwegians, what would you say today to the families and communities who've suffered harm in Nova Scotia and to those who might seek to support these families and communities?
Thank you, Emma. I'm so grateful to be here, and I sincerely hope that you can use some of our experiences to help your own community. I apologize for not having the detailed knowledge of the local community that you all have. But I will echo what you said, Megan, about you're definitely in an early stage. Because what we have documented is that these processes are slow. They fluctuate over time when it comes to symptoms and hardships. And there are needs in a long period of time after such a mass casualty event. So that's the knowledge that we have. And I think that what motivated us to do this longitudinal study and this amazingly very hard work that the group has done to get together all this data was that we realized that we had very little knowledge when we were asked from the government to give them advice on what our survivors, their families, and the bereaved families actually needed after the terror attack. We looked at mass shootings in the US. There have been so many. There are so few longitudinal studies that have actually followed up. So our work has actually been to try to overcome some of these difficulties in research. And our study, we have recruited 8 out of 10 to participate in the study at least one time point. So the difficulties with having very few recruited, and we cannot really generalize our findings. I think we overcame that and can say that our study results can really tell what most of the survivors were feeling and difficulties they had. Also that long-term documentation is so scarce. I mean, only a few studies have followed survivors over time. And that really gives us no answers, because if you start study and you go on for 2 years, it looks very nice because you get a very nice recovery slope, and you think that, oh, this is going really well. But what we saw was that for PTSD, depression, and anxiety, we had this nice slope the first year, and then it flattened out. And actually on our 4th data wave, almost 10 years after, it increased a little bit, significantly, statistically significantly. And that shows us that some of these symptoms of PTSD, together with the grief that they have, is really
All of these experts know it's basic psychology. Anybody who's been to university and taken psychology, that people who wish to break PTSD require answers. All that they're trying to do is tell you to live in a permanent circle of trauma.
in Canada, but we do have that in Norway. And we see that they're left behind here. They have struggled in school, and they have struggled in their education and going on with having a work career. So it has long-term impact also in that perspective. And we are not only concerned about the survivors, we have interviewed them personally with health personnel 4 times, because we knew that they were in crisis. So we wanted to make sure that they were good taken care of during the interviews. And it's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking to see how young people suffer over such a long period of time, but also their family and their siblings, and siblings of those in those families that are bereaved and lost someone. So it's a big, it's not only one person, it's their network and their close ones. Many of the parents, they got a youth back home who was so changed and had so many difficulties over time and needed help. And we had an outreach program that was actually very well funded on evidence that we had at the time, with a proactive outreach from the municipality to all the families over time for a year. But after less than a year, most of the municipalities had given up. So specialized mental health services helped a lot. 69-70% of the survivors needed help from mental health services, and over time they had help from them. But even that didn't really take away all the symptoms, as you see, that 4 to 5 months after the terror attack, 5 in 10 were at the clinical level of PTSD, and almost 10 years after, still 3 out of 10 were in that level. So, Megan, so like clinical level and full PTSD or above what we consider at the clinical level, so that they need professional help. And unfortunately, I don't think that our study is any special study. I think that we would have found this if we did studies after all these events. And I think that documentation like this is important to make governments and local authorities to realize that it's not only the acute help in the months and a year after that is important. That is very important. But it also has to last over time. And we cannot leave all these people behind because we think that recovery and resilience is just so powerful that they can manage on their own. These symptoms are hard to treat sometimes, and also people, they meet other difficulties in their life. They meet other challenges, and typically that stress that they meet in other situations, that could also impact how they feel about their trauma. So yeah, I hope that was a little answer to your question, Emma.
It was indeed, Greta. Thank you. So throughout today's conversation, we'll be using language and drawing on concepts that are technical or maybe unfamiliar to some. For that reason, I'd like to turn now to a brief discussion of some of the key concepts we'll be discussing and why they matter. Levent, if I can begin with a fundamental question for you. When a mass casualty happens, many people are affected by that incident. What does your office have to say about how governments and communities should understand the reach of these impacts? Whom should we include within our contemplation of those who have experienced grief and trauma? And how should we take their needs into account?
Those are very big questions. So I think let's start off with the question of who's affected, really. So traditionally, we tend to talk about victims or survivors in quite a technical or legalistic sense, which leads us down quite a narrow definition of who a victim is. And in the EU, for example, we define a victim of crime as someone who's suffered harm as a consequence of a crime. But when we're thinking about how we have to respond and prepare for any kind of mass casualty event, we have to think in a much wider term, really. And part of what we try to get across to governments is that if you want to effectively respond to terrorism or other kinds of deliberate mass casualty events, if you want to respond effectively and minimize the objectives behind that kind of attack, then you need to properly address all of the harms that it causes. And then, therefore, you need to understand all of the different individuals and communities that are affected.
You need to address the harms that it causes. No, you need to address what caused the harm. Derp!
Really, who were present at the scene may have been physically or psychologically impacted in some kind of way. And they're in technical terms to refer to as direct victims. And that's already quite difficult to determine who might be that kind of a direct victim. It's not an easy task. For example, after the Nice attacks over in France, you had a truck that drove through a very crowded street just by Nice Beach. And there were many people who were very close to the scene or to the path, and the governments had to try to work out who might be those direct victims. The reason you need to do that, by the way, is because you do have to understand who may have legal rights within criminal proceedings, who may be benefiting of, for example, compensation from the state or from the offender. So you have to have some kind of good understanding of who those victims may be. But then you have these concentric circles moving outwards, those who may have seen or been near to the attack, those who responded, first responders, professional or civilian. Many of the people who were first on the scene were not personally impacted in a physical way, but they will have gone directly to the scene to help those who have been injured. They will be affected in all sorts of ways. They will be moving out from that, the first responders, as I say, but also we've got the family and friends. And then you have wider communities, and that may be shop owners, it may be the schools from where the children came from. You can never predict, let's put it this way, you can never predict which of the communities and individuals are affected. What you have to understand is that you're looking for those impacts and understanding how those impacts happen and going as wide as possible. That's the starting point. And the purpose behind that is to then determine what is the kind of response or assistance that you need to provide and the framework that you need to provide to address that. So that's the fundamental part, starting point of it. Trying to work out what you need to do to address those harms is about really understanding impacts, understanding the needs of victims, and understanding the barriers that victims face to having those needs addressed. The impacts, I won't go into all of the impacts, but there's psychological, financial, emotional, practical. There are many different types of impacts we can go into. When it comes to the needs, we can summarize those needs in terms of, first of all, the need for respectful treatment and recognition. And the recognition element, particularly in mass casualty situations, is important, both in the immediate term, even, for example, with a terrorist attack, recognizing an attack as terrorism is a form of recognition, but it may also result in additional rights and services for people who are affected. So recognition in many different forms within the mass casualty situation, memorials, is a very important aspect of recognition. Respectful treatment, which is both the way that victims are treated in terms of the human interactions, but also in terms of the way that the structures and procedures are set up to be respectful towards victims. So, for example, after the Brussels attacks, the state compensation system is also aligned with the insurance system, and victims were receiving template letters from insurance companies in which they asked if they knew the perpetrator. And there was a very strong reaction, understandably, from people that you can't just send out a template letter for this kind of situation. So respect and recognition is extremely important. Protection from further harm, but also protection from secondary victimization, which is the negative impacts that victims experience as a consequence of the way individuals and societies respond to them. And that may be the way that we talk to them. It may again be those procedures, but we can harm individuals in lots of different ways, and our procedures and our behaviors have to be designed to not cause further harm. Victims need support, all different kinds of support. They need justice, access to justice, which includes being heard and participating in that process. And they need compensation and restoration, which is the financial and non-financial aspects of it.
What did he just say? They need justice. Justice. He just said it. Boom. Boom.
Those needs and the responses differ according to different groups. So you may come from a specific community, you may have gender-specific needs, you may have racial-specific needs, religious-specific needs, for example, which need to be taken into account. So you have these group characteristics which may adjust your needs, but also require you to adjust your responses. And then each individual will have their own needs based on their own personal characteristics, their history, some of those points that Greta was making about the way that grief changes or is affected by different aspects of a person's life. So what that means is our responses have to be comprehensive, and there's a lot that we can do which is able to address all victims and all those harms, but it has to be individualized and flexible to be able to address the specific needs of each individual. When we talk about victims of mass casualty or victims of terrorism, we lump everyone into this big label, and every single person is different because of their entire situation. And we have to have systems in place which are able to flex according to those situations and adapt to them. And that sounds like an impossible task, but it is being done. There are good practices that are able to address it. So I think that's a very short answer to begin with.
Thank you. Jacqueline, we've heard from Levent that a very wide range of people can be affected by a mass casualty incident. In your commissioned report, which for the benefit of the record is Exhibit P002619, You allude to the fact that at times tension can arise within communities between, for example, those who may be directly bereaved, may have lost family members, and communities who may be struggling with broader harms. I wonder if you can speak to that and to some best practices about making sure that everybody's taken care of.
Thank you for that. I think we can't underscore the need for respect enough. And I've heard, from so many of our other panelists who have raised so many good points about the need for acknowledgement of individualized circumstances within this greater tragedy. And I think one of the challenges is that rightfully so, oftentimes the resources are concentrated on those who are most affected, the families who have lost loved ones, those who were present at the scene, and first responders. In our country, those are typically labeled as crime victims. And what ends up happening is there tends to sometimes be a lack of acknowledgement of others in the community who are affected. For instance, the people who may live in residences around the scene where it occurred, who may have heard or seen things, or people who knew others but weren't necessarily directly impacted. There's not enough acknowledgement oftentimes of the indirect impact. And I think to the point that Lev raised, it's so incredibly important to give individuals the space to voice their needs. Because oftentimes, even when resources are offered, they're offered in a way that's not consistent with the needs, which, to Greta's point, can perpetuate some of the psychological harms that people are experiencing. And so one of the, for lack of a better word, simplest things that we could do is create spaces for all affected individuals to have their voices heard and their needs met. And I think when that isn't being done, that's where some of that tension can breed, because people may feel as though they have been affected, but their voices aren't being heard, that they may be feeling silenced or that their needs are not being met. And that not only produces additional trauma, but it produces friction, and it can further divide a community at a time where the community needs to come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, if I can turn please to you. I know that Voices has also navigated some of the tensions that can arise between the needs of different groups and different approaches. I'm very interested to hear you speak a little bit about how your organisation has navigated these tensions and sought to address them.
Well, I would agree with what's been said. We started our support groups, which back on 9/11, we had to facilitate via teleconference call. Now, thanks to Zoom, that's really opened up things for us. But back then, we recognized the difference in the needs of victims' families. So we had groups for parents that lost loved ones because they couldn't talk in front of their children. Then we had groups for siblings. We had groups for even firefighter mothers, because they had a very different culture. And you talk about division at the time. I think there was a lot of turmoil because the firefighters and the police that had died were recognized as heroes, when many of the families felt that their loved ones too were probably helping people out of the building. So there were a lot of these tensions, as people have talked about. And then we couldn't have witness.
Think about it for a moment. I wonder how she knows what to read. That would be because it's all, oh, right, scripted. Aha! Derp.
To really the beginning. You're 2 years out. Certainly in the early days, the most important thing for everyone is to have accurate information. And you really have to think in terms of who's communicating that? How can you streamline it so the right person is giving the right information? And it certainly always has to start with the people. If it's related to the death of their loved one, that's for the families. You have to take into consideration holidays, birthdays, the anniversary, and how are you going to support those people during those times? We saw after 9/11, I can't tell you the number of deadlines that we had that were set around Christmas or around the anniversary when families were really just trying to garner up the strength to get through, a very emotional time for them and their families. So that's something to think about. I think to Greta's point, we also did research on the long-term needs of victims' families 15 years out and had quite a few of the same findings that she talked about. You have to take into consideration other tragedies that happen and how is that impacting your community when there's a shooting in Oslo. And they've just gone through 2 years of trying to recover. Oftentimes people don't know what they need. So you really have to develop programs.
I guess they didn't like the scripted comment. Oh no. Now it's silent.
Point that I wanted to make is often I feel very strongly if the resources and the information and the services are provided in a streamlined fashion, that and there's a handoff. If you don't have the resource the person needs, you're going to connect them with somebody that does. And I think this helps mitigate the mental health complications that we've seen long term because of the hundreds of organizations that were providing support with a lot of overlaps, the gaps that weren't filled and what was really needed. And and I think the role of advocacy and giving back is another really important component to healing. People lost their, they lost a loved one, but they lost a sense of control. And anything that you can do to provide that person with a sense of control, which really starts with engaging with them and making sure that they're part of any decision-making process that's going to impact them and their families, starting with the resources that they need, involving them in whatever commemoration is planned, involving them in the memorial process, and helping them commemorate their loved ones in a meaningful way. So I think when you take all of this into consideration, it's really meeting the needs for people that probably don't know what they need right now. So I think making things available and, healing does start with the community. And my heart goes out to Serena and all of those who were impacted themselves with this horrible tragedy in your community. And what support are they getting? Victims' families are not the friendliest people because they've gone through a tragedy that in most cases we feel could have been prevented on some level. And so that investigation, getting to the answers of what happened and holding some accountability so that they know. I think victims' families, first and foremost, they don't want this to happen to another family member. They want to do something proactively that's going to help support really understanding and fixing the problem. So if not preventing it, helping to mitigate so that you don't have a major loss of life that we see in so many of these, whether it's a school shooting or a terrorist attack. I think that we do feel that we want to have lessons learned, and we want to try in any way that we can to prevent another mother from losing a child, or another, whatever the family member is, from losing someone that was a really important part of their life and their family.
Thank you, Mary. And just to reassure the roundtable members and the audience, many of the themes that Mary's spoken to are themes that we'll return to over the course of the roundtable today. For the moment, though, I'd like to stay focused, if we can, on the concepts and the key ideas that we'll be working with. And Terry, if I can turn to you and some of the key concepts in your research. Your research suggests that beyond the mental health impacts and the bereavement of experiencing a mass casualty, communities also experience an increase in physical ailments after such an incident occurs. And I know that both Mary and Greta's research also confirms that point. You and Greta use the term somatization to describe this process. Can you please explain what the word somatic or somatization means and why you use it in this context?
Yes, I will try. So soma, it means body. So somatization means that the grief, the pain, the emotional, the cognitive dissonance is stored in the body, manifested in the body. And so somatization is, it can contribute, as you will see in the Swiss Air studies, it can contribute as a risk factor to certain illnesses. And in the trauma literature, we know that respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, gastrointestinal and immunological diseases, as well as neurological and others, are connected, strongly connected to PTSD or correlated to PTSD. But also as a psychologist, I would say that the tremendous amounts of stress and tremendous amounts of repression of the anxiety, the anger, the rage, the internalization as opposed to externalization with appropriate supports and vehicles, the internalization of rage, stress, anxiety can manifest not only in behavioral issues, in pain, and in dissociation of separating one's mind from one's experience and one's body, that actually that dissociative tendencies of repression of the anger, grief, sadness, rage can be manifested in illness and in so somatization is the conversion of emotional into physical symptoms.
Thank you.
And in the Swiss Air disaster response of the very brave and heroic communities here that helped so many families recover what they could to identify the human remains that were recovered off of the shores of Nova Scotia. When we had access to pre-data because of the public health system, we had access to health data prior to the disaster, and then we looked at the disaster after 1 year and 2 years, and we followed through, and we were able to see that before the disaster, the ICD-9 codes within the health registry were declining, that the incidence of certain diseases were actually declining. And then after the disaster, they started to increase. But as was mentioned by another speaker, then they started to flatten out. And it was in year 2 that we saw the biggest peak in health, in cardiovascular and gastrointestinal and respiratory immunological diseases. And I want to mention at this point that somatization, it can happen with anyone. And so there's an important, in our data, we saw adolescents were affected. Even though they weren't out on the boats, they weren't in the recovery efforts, they were strongly affected, as were people of low income and elderly people. So the whole community, as Jacqueline was saying, the whole community can be affected, not only the first responders, and that the somatization can manifest very long-term health impacts for whole communities.
Thank you very much, Terry. Greta, I'm going to turn to you. We've already heard a couple of times today the term PTSD. And in fact, we've heard it a lot in the course of our work, but I'm not sure it's ever been defined within our proceedings, and I'm not sure it's entirely widely understood in terms of the set of symptoms that it describes and how ordinary people might understand PTSD and its impact on the lives and behaviours of those who experience this condition. I wonder if you can help us with that.
I can certainly try. I think that people that are experiences these symptoms find them really scary. I think that it's scary to the first group of symptoms we call re-experiencing the event, and being in such brutal events that we are talking about here is of course very scary, and people are very upset when they have this re-experiencing. And that can be pictures, it can be smells, it can be noises that you hear, like banging or loud noises that will remind you about the shooting, of course. And also other things that happen during the event can be re-experienced in many different ways. And that leads to avoiding these situations, and that you avoid both situations that resemble the situation you were in, but also you avoid thinking about it, and you don't want to hear anything about it. You see the newspapers, you don't want to go out because you're scared that you will see the front page of a newspaper that will remind you of it. That can go on to be quite a big problem, and you can isolate yourself, and we know isolation and withdrawing from social situation is very harmful. And then we have this new group of symptoms for the DSM-5, with it's impacting your thoughts and cognitions, so that you start thinking about that you will have a foreshortened future, for instance, or that you are a bad person because you didn't manage to do what you thought you should have done in the situation, all kinds of thoughts that are really not positive for your recovery. And then the last group of symptoms is this heightened level of responses, so that when you hear a sound, you startle, you look around you, look out for dangers, you have difficulties concentrating, you're irritable. We usually say that adults are irritable, children are angry, but I think, adults are also very angry. And as I said, difficulties sleeping, nightmares. And that can be really disturbing also for your daily routines, that you don't manage your everyday life because of these heightened responses that you have. So that's mainly the symptoms, and they're all very logic. I think you all understand that this is a normal response to a very abnormal situation that you have been in, a high level of danger, and you're scared, and you maybe sometimes just barely escaped from being killed. And it's impacting you in many ways. But having these symptoms can be really disturbing. Some youth think that they go crazy, I'm not going to be myself again. I have these very weird reactions to normal things. And it's very important that psychoeducation is part of what you offer them, so that they understand these symptoms and then can respond more adequately to them when they get these symptoms. Sarah was talking about the somatization and the somatic symptoms that you often have. It's very linked to these psychiatric symptoms. And unfortunately, we don't really have treatment programs that treat both. we think that we treat the psychological problems. We may also treat the somatic problems. Sometimes that's not enough. So we should have had more integrated treatment, actually, that actually try to solve many of these problems across soma and psychological problems.
Thank you very much. Serena, Greta has just been speaking, among other things, to mental health challenges that might arise as a result of experiencing a mass casualty. I understand that you have distinguished between the mental health impacts and the complex grief and bereavement processes that these incidents may also precipitate. Why should we think about grief and bereavement separately from mental health?
I think it's critical that we delineate the fact that grief and bereavement is incredibly normal. It is necessary. It's part of a process that we've been going through for various reasons, probably across our entire lifespan. But I don't think we've had great accessibility in North America to the language. So I have really witnessed a lot of struggle around death and grief literacy, and we've kind of lumped it all into mental health, which I think, again, proves a bit of an issue around how and what does support and education look like. So we have to be able to think and talk about death in all of the various ways that it occurs in our lives. But I think the whole thing becomes, when I think about the fact, and I really applaud, Greta, your discussion on the need for psychoeducational support, because I think when I understand what's happening to me, I understand that trauma is a very natural reaction, and given the exposure that we've been through, I think it's important that we can pull this apart to say, how do we work with trauma in a very proactive way? So that people understand. And I believe that education is power. And when I can understand what's happening within my system, within my family, within my community, within my province, then I have a different kind of way to respond in my own healing process, but in understanding other people's as well. So when we can talk about trauma and grief, and the fact that grief affects us holistically in every aspect of us, you know, we're cognitively impacted, and we're talking about this, right? How it's affecting our body, mind, and psyche. We're talking about the physicalities of our losses, and I think now about the identity that so many people in these areas are working through right now, about sense of identity and becoming one of those communities that are now lumped in with your communities that we're researching. This is a big struggle. So we're grieving so many aspects of this, and being able to have really well-facilitated discussions on what does this mean? How are we finding peace through this, or are we? How are we emotionally working it through? And how socially, when so much has been disrupted in this grieving process, how are we going to recognize the need that as we can talk about grief, I've often said to people, is it grief? Is it depression? Is it fear? Is it anxiety? And does trauma necessarily have to become PTSD? So again, I realize in all of the education that I've provided in my work experience that when we can be proactive, that affects the reactivity of this.
Thank you. Megan, what strategies do you use to foster these conversations in the communities that you work with?
I want to just pick up off some of what's been discussed here, and then I'll go into that. I really appreciate this commentary around, let's be careful not to pathologize that which is actually very normal or very natural or expected when this type of an experience happens. When I look at the literature and the research and my clinical experience about how people recover from traumatic events and how they are able to come to a place where they can reclaim a thriving in their lives, there's a couple of things that are fairly commonplace or that commonly happen for people. when a tragedy, when a trauma of this nature on this scale happens, the natural reaction is to feel horrified and devastated and terrified. And the natural reaction is for that to disrupt and destabilize things, and that doesn't just go away overnight. But actually, as a human species, we have an incredible capacity to recover and to heal. And we actually see that apart from certain conditions, which I'll speak to in a second, many people are going to go through trauma in their lives, but most people are not going to go on to have a persistent post-trauma reaction, because we seem to have natural or adaptive ways to recover from trauma after it happens, if the right ingredients and the right conditions can be put into place. When people, a comment that I think is very true for organizations and communities where an act of violence or a mass tragedy happens, when people start to get into a way of thinking or a way of being where I think of it sort of as trauma relativism. I don't deserve to feel this way because it didn't directly happen to me, or it's worse for other people, or I should be stronger than this. I need to be the strong one for my family, therefore I can't let myself feel this. When we start to do that to ourselves, whether at the level of individual, in a family system, in a community, what that does potentially is it interrupts that natural process of recovery. And oftentimes that is where we start to see things get stuck. And so those symptoms that Greta was talking about, those are the kinds of things that can persist. The symptoms themselves are perfectly natural reactions. What we're talking about is what happens when those sort of become stuck and become avoided or disconnected from, again, because individuals or families or communities conclude that they shouldn't allow themselves or shouldn't have these things. So what are some of the strategies? I humbly and firmly believe and advocate and deeply recommend that everyone in the community and anyone who's experienced this type of event, regardless of how near or close or far or distant you were from the kinetic things that happened, give yourself permission. Right? The strategies are, we need to understand that we create misery when we try not to have something that we already have. So if I try to convince myself that I shouldn't feel a certain way, or other people need me more, and so I shouldn't be asking for help, I shouldn't be reaching out to have conversation. When we start to put those kinds of rules in place, oftentimes that's where we see some of the post-trauma disturbance persist. So, when we are in pain, a very natural thing to do is to want to pull away from it. And when we think about our emotional pain, oftentimes that means we want to pull away from those who are around us. And the call to action and the most significant strategy is to find ways to take the pressure off of having all of the solutions or the answers to the problems that are being faced, and to just take daily risks of trying to be open, trying to be willing to self-disclose, even to a slightly small degree, how we're doing, right? To be willing to ask questions of each other without fearing that if I ask the wrong question, I'm somehow going to make this worse for the person, and so therefore I won't ask anything at all. Right. So the strategy, the number one strategy, is we have to maintain a focus on engagement and connection and leaning into, not pulling away. And I think that shows up in any number of different ways, right? That shows up first and foremost with how we are with ourselves. And so I would invite everyone who has been impacted by this experience to acknowledge that any amount of feeling or thought or pain that is accompanying this experience simply needs to be met as being part of your experience, and that requires validation. And that from there, if we can be doing that with ourselves, we might be more inclined to do that to our friends or our family members. And then that might actually create norms within the community about how a community is going to heal together. I want to just finish and I'll move on, as I'm sure you have other people to go to. I really think it's important, particularly for the community and the families right now, to understand that because of how extreme and significant, because of the degree of loss of life, because of this happening in COVID and all of the impacts that had on being able to come together, because of the inquiry, because this is still going on, in many ways, I equate it to a soldier on a battlefield. We can't recover from the trauma of the battlefield when we're still on the battlefield. And so in many ways, it isn't until there can be some degree of, recognition or a place to come to where the media attention, the scrutiny, et cetera, has maybe died down. It's really then where the community can come together and go, okay, how are we going to do this together? Because maybe we're on the other side of some of this and we can actually start to do this in connection and in relationship with one another.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm about to move on to a new topic. Would this be a good time to take 15 minutes?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Cunliffe, and of course, thank the panelists so much for their generous, important, and helpful insights so far. And we'll break for 15 minutes and, of course, hear more. So thank you.
Somatization. Interesting. Soma is a reference to Huxley, Brave New World. Anybody read that? I'm sure many of you have. The all-purpose drug. Oh. Oops. It's from a book. Actually, I know. Sorry, I should never say. Have some of you read that? Of course, some of you have. Very interesting term to keep throwing around. Somatization keeps people doped out to what's going down. The movie wasn't bad, as always. Hey, grab your popcorn. What did I say in here? Reading a script. The questions are scripted. The answers are scripted. Pre-written MC, grab your popcorn and join us. Oh my. Really? Sad. The whole thing, just a fucking movie. Balin. They want somatization? Really? Never-ending cycle of trauma. They want people locked in, constantly traumatizing them from every angle. Not just families, not just Nova Scotia, all the time. With the news. The world is falling down. They're fucking carefully edited balls. Not to be black-pilling too much, but but they see it's breaking. It's all falling apart on them now. They thought you can beat people down until they submit. But people won't. It's not because they're going to revolt violently or anything. They're just going to say, no, fuck right off. And I was looking at some stuff the other day, and I was watching the answers because it's very careful how people in the world, it's a very patterned way to answer questions, you know. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Or launching off into some other thing. You know, if they ask you about Nova Scotia, that's often how they'll start. You know, say, look down in Parliament. They'll go into, Well, first we must acknowledge that it's just such a horrific event, and they pull you off into the emotional, psychological warfare, the stew, get you locked into that. Start hammering things, throwing out things. And read an article at lunch also about they're pulling out all the skirts, right? The skirts I talk about. They've used every one of them. They're fucking reaching, inventing anything and everything for what? Oh, right. Balin. Can't admit it. Scripted. Speak up, family. You always had a place here. You always have a place here. 23. Anybody who uses 22, there's something wrong. Something wrong. But you watch. They'll change their tune too. But it doesn't matter because people's memories are real long. They know the truth will come out. Why read the book when just look outside? Watch the movie live. Soma. Wow. Fuck, man. I can't believe it. Want trauma-induced suicides. Yeah. Because what does this circle end in? Abuse, violence, anger, rage. Because what does a person do when they don't have answers and they're seeking answers, and they're constantly getting inundated with this kind of bullshit, or suicide, or alcohol, or drugs, and that pattern on a much bigger scale is what happens in this world. Again, not to be black pill, but true. Been happening for a long time. Yeah, families can sit here and talk. There are going to be people here who will listen. Some glow exists in this community. They like to know what everything is doing, right? Jessica, how you doing? Saw that, I don't know, you can mention it yourself. That was an interesting, what was it? Riley. Anybody ever listen to old radio shows? I used to love old radio shows. Love them. Back in the day when, there was more intelligence, more creativity, more imagination. You'd have to use your imagination. Anyway, I'm not a big comedy person, but there was a comedy called, and sometimes you'll hear me even say that saying, "What a revolting development this is." Comes from Life of Riley. What a revolting development this is. Just like remarkable coincidences, they keep happening. I should have shown that. Yeah. So when I was plugging around yesterday, I got up and I was looking over at Heidi stuff because I very much, as all of you, grieve for her family. Dean Stevenson said one of the most beautiful things that really broke my heart when I was reading through the notification stuff. I think it was in the notification. And he said, where is it here? So this is the husband of Heidi Stevenson. Where is it? And he said, quote, "What about the other families?" Wow. The mother of his children. And this was pretty early on. You know, they were doing all kinds of things for Heidi. But of course, he's a man and with a big heart. And he's like, we're all in this together here. What about them too? And that was to Bent. When I was plugging around looking into things about Heidi, I came across her stuff was removed off the internet when I went to the RCMP site. So I was like, oh, what the hell is this? Then I went back and looked at the regimental page that they have on the RCMP page. Well, that was down. But that was because the entire website went down yesterday. Brought back memories of what? 2015, I believe? Anonymous hacked them. That's all very an interesting story, isn't it? All about the dam out in BC. RCMP. Baird. All kinds of other goo. Anyway, interesting to note that the entire website went down yesterday. And if you don't think that they have 17,000 backups, they're so powerful. Remember, CSIS spun out of them. They are one and the same. Look at who's on trial right now. Bob's drinking buddy. 5 Eyes. Ouch. Also, what a revolting development this was, because I tweeted out, Nova Scotia Facebook and tweeters have been dark since June 24th. Another remarkable coincidence. There's no such thing as remarkable coincidence. Down. 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 So as soon as I mentioned that, well, it wasn't as soon as I mentioned it. That was 2 days that their social media platforms went dark in Nova Scotia. And the Facebook and tweeters went dark. As soon as I mentioned that in tweeters, which was about 8 o'clock, 8:30, and I put out this tweet, well, wouldn't you know, they put out an update about a traffic closure. Right. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Grab your popcorn. This ship is sinking. Because I know they watch. That's why I always say these things. Get off. I don't think anybody's going to be throwing you life preservers. And it's just beginning. Trust me. You can look in my eyes. You know I'm not shitting you. It's just warming up. Just a little bit. Wait until it gets hot. Yeah. And it's not just the conversation, right? It's not just the conversation, because it's great minds, good people, by and large. Again, I always have to put the caveat out there, because intelligence does that. Right away. And way back in the videos, I warned people, careful, be careful. They'll be there. The ones that look to be your friends, the wolves in sheep's clothing, and they're all over the place in this story. All over. Everywhere. And some people are seeing it. I noticed a comment this morning from somebody. And they're like, I saw something. It doesn't really jive. Why is this person saying that? Oh, you know why? Glow. Intelligence. But people are very smart. Well, on another note, the Assoon case, there's a hell of a lot more to the Assoon case that was never mentioned. A lot. My older videos, I drop all kinds of breadcrumbs everywhere. They're for specific people, and they're for those to pick up along the way. Because it's not mine to decide anything for anybody else or tell anybody else how they should think. Not mine. Everybody will come to their own conclusions, and I'm learning always as I go. Just can drop little tidbits. I had a lovely call with a longtime watcher and supporter. And she said, oh, she's dialed in, man. Holy fuck. She's picking it up. She's laughing away. And she's like, oh, I get it now. I'm like, yeah, you got it. I see your comments around. I'm like, holy fuck.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Fast.
A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
I don't have fancy equipment like they do over there. I'm just a dude. Just a dude. I'm curious. MCC has Dawn as Madion. This is because they don't know anybody's names. They don't care. They don't care. They don't know anybody's name. You're all just fodder. Not you all. We all are fodder. Doesn't matter. Expendable. Who cares? And then just lock them in the cycle. Keep spinning them out. Makes the world such a better place, doesn't it? Trauma 101. Real easy, this one. Clearly, they missed the basics of psychology. Or did they? Makes you wonder. Aha. Yes, I think there's a lot of cleaning going on. Who needs to clean when you're telling the truth? And there's a lot more to the scandal than meets the eye. Always. They're playing 60-40 chess. Power moves. Prediction. People may go somewhere and then may decide, well, I need to take some more time with my family. try and part on a good note. Maybe people can see. Big distraction on the all. Please share. It's a popcorn show because you can't read the answers if you don't know the questions. Can you? It saddens me because that lady definitely would be seeking answers as to why her son died. And of course, there were two admissions there about truth. Yeah, because it's basic. You need the answers before you can move on.
Reasonable amounts of adequate information about what has happened, because their memory is very fragmented after an event like this. And it's very frightening to not understand what has happened to you and to people around you. So information is very important. And then also to give them what they need of support. Some people, when, after the shooting at Utøya, many of them were swimming in the cold water. They came over, they were wet, they were cold, they were, they needed warm drinks, they needed blankets, and then to help them to reach out to their close ones, because getting them in connections with the people that they trust most will give them a sense of that they are safe, and that they are able to reconnect with the people that can give them support and calm them down better than any of us can do. So that's important, and also to reach out to friends and a lot of other of our survivors and families. They used social media and of course cell phones. They didn't have cell phones because they were lost in the tragedy, but help them to reach out, use of cell phones or social media. That was what they did. And I think that helped them a lot, because with a mass casualty, people try to come to the site and it's usually jammed with ambulances, firefighters, whatever, and it's hard to get to the site, even though parents and families wanted to come there to support them and help them. That was difficult. So now we have all these other kinds of instruments that we can use to reach out. I think that's important. So as you can hear, it's a lot of common sense, but it helps people stabilize and understand what's going on, giving them kind of a meaning of what has happened to them, and also reassure them that people who are safe, that they are sure that they are safe. And sometimes when people have been after them, like this shooter, they have also difficulties in trusting helpers. He was disguised as a police officer, and so when they saw anything that resembled a uniform, they were totally freaked out because they thought it was a terror attack that was much wider and more attackers. Even in the hospital, they had difficulties trusting nurses because they thought that this was a much broader thing that was going on with them. Many of these were going in and out of consciousness, and that's also confused them a lot. So that's the very common sense, but very important things that measures we have to take in the immediate aftermath. And usually that happens in emergency centers or where people gather after an event.
Thank you very much. Greta, I know that one feature of the Norwegian approach is to utilise multidisciplinary crisis teams to reach out proactively in the days after a mass casualty happens. I wonder if you can describe those teams and the work that they do.
I think many of my colleagues here have also talked about how important it is to be proactive. I think some said that people don't know what they need. And when they feel that they need something, they don't know who to reach out to. They don't know who can give them this help. So we have ended up doing proactive approaches, both after the tsunami disaster in 2004 and then after the terror attack in 2011. And every municipality has a crisis team that reaches out to family in acute crisis. Usually it's accidents where people die or suicide or other acute events that were not in any way that they didn't expect happening. So it's usually a medical doctor, a GP, usually a psychologist, if they have one, if they're lucky to have one, a nurse, and a social worker. That's most often the team. They have other jobs in the municipality, but they have signed up to be on the crisis team so that they can reach out, you know, if it's evening or even at night, if it's very acute. And they do a lot of this work the first day after an event happens. And I think many families who have had these acute events happening and you know, tremendous grief. For instance, we've had fires where whole families have died, and then the extended family, the crisis team will open up churches or other places where they can come. And then after that, it's more up to the municipality on a primary level of healthcare that is supposed to follow up that work. We're not so good at that, but I think for the crisis team, after the tsunami in 2004, we saw that only half of the families had been contacted by the crisis team. I don't think that all crisis teams were familiar with the proactiveness that they needed to do. And after that, we passed actually a law saying that all municipalities must have a crisis team. And after that, there's been done a lot of training, and I think it works pretty good. In our case, I think about 90% of the survivors said that they had been contacted by the crisis team.
Thank you. Levent, I know that you've thought about how societies, governments, communities can prepare to provide immediate support when a mass casualty incident happens. What kinds of preparedness should be in place before the event even begins?
Thank you. Maybe I'll just nuance a little bit what Greta said, because she started off by saying we don't know, and then she went on to say how much we do know. This is particularly important. And I've spoken to numerous parliaments recently in the UN and other places. And the first thing that I say to everyone now is we do know. There is no excuse now to say we didn't expect it and we didn't know what to do and we didn't plan for it. I think we don't perfectly know everything is a different issue. And there are all sorts of nuances about how you do things. And I think particularly when you're talking about psychological responses, it gets complex, and you need multiple different tools really to be able to address the different situations of each individual. But from a policy perspective, from a legislative perspective, we know a huge amount. Since 9/11, we have seen countries around the world go through many terror attacks and many mass casualty incidents, and have developed lots of solutions. And we have UN model provisions which explain a huge amount of the structure of how to do these things. And we have countries like the UK, Spain, France, and US and others that really have significant systems in place. So I think that's really important for everybody to understand. And all of the data that we keep talking about is fundamental, because it is easy to say there isn't the data, or it's easy to say something else is more important, or something else is less costly. The data shows that not responding appropriately is the most costly thing to do, in terms of health impacts, in terms of economic impacts, in terms of fundamental rights, in terms of your community cohesion and resilience. So I think it's important to always come back to that, that we know, and we have to act, and we have to plan. In terms of your question, I think there are many, and this is quoting an amazing officer from the FBI Victim Services, who said most actions are predictable and can be planned for. And that's the case in this field. In terms of the planning and preparation, you've heard some of those things before. There are pieces around, first of all, what do you need to do in the crisis? And what procedures and protocols do you need to have in place? We know that some of the best solutions, you heard about multi-agency centres, victim assistance centres, a place which is set up where you can host family members, maybe walking wounded and others, multidisciplinary, so that you can provide the kind of information that they need. But in order to do that effectively, you need local planning in place so that you know where would you set it up, how would you operate it, who sits where, where do you get the food, and other kinds of emergency materials that you might need, for example. So you need to plan all of those things, but you also need to build the relationships. We heard about trust and the long time it takes to build relationships. That's fundamental to the effective response. These kinds of scenes are extremely chaotic. You need to know who needs to do what, when they need to do it. We all have our counterterrorism and disaster response planning. What doesn't tend to be so well incorporated into that thinking is the victim perspective, and who from a victim response perspective should be there, when, how do you combine civil society and state responses together to have the most effective framework for response. So you need to have planned where your support is coming from, who's providing that support. The nature of the support will be slightly different in that crisis phase, but you also then need to have the planning for the transition into the longer period. But you also need to have the communication frameworks in place. It was mentioned earlier, I think it was Mary who talked about information. It's not only is it a conduit right in the sense that it helps you access other services and rights, but it's fundamental to a person's understanding of what's going on. It can reduce harm, or it can increase harm depending on how you handle your communications. As an example of how not to handle that kind of communication after the Brussels attacks, the identification of the murdered victims was taking place, and the decision was made out of the concern for the victims themselves to not inform family members of the identification of a victim until they were absolutely 100% certain. And in one case, the family members were going around hospitals for days looking for their loved one, whilst the coroner or the DVI expert had known 90% who the person was. And the trauma of knowing that that the person knew 90% and they were still seeking their loved one was extremely harrowing for the family members. So there are other ways of being transparent and informing victims about the situation, about communicating. And that's communication with the public in general, and then having the communication procedures in place so that you can effectively communicate with the victims as well. And within the concept of communication, within that framework, you're looking at fundamentally how do you communicate, different methods of communication, so different formats, so that you're taking into account the different ways that people will absorb that information, ensuring it's simple and accessible, that it's repeated. We keep hearing this point about proactive as well, and that's proactive in terms of offering support, but also proactive in terms of providing information. People in these traumatizing, chaotic situations don't know what they want when they need it. We need to keep offering those things in an appropriate manner at different times and in different ways. And that's a fundamental part of the way that we communicate. So communication you can prepare for and plan for. You can have a lot of the procedures and processes in place. You can even have the structures for a public website. So in the Netherlands now, they are able to set up a victim-focused website for public and the private area for the victims within a matter of hours, because they know the fundamental architecture for the website. They have a contract with Victim Support Netherlands. They have the funding in place. Now the content may have to be adjusted slightly for any given case, but they have that planned and prepared for already. So they know what they need to do and how to communicate it. Linked to this is training. So, and training in many different ways. You need to, well, before I go on to the full part about training, training is not a solution in itself. You need around that training, you need the tools and mechanisms to support the people who are implementing that training. I think this idea that you can train someone for 4 hours in a one-off project-based training and expect them to suddenly change and know what to do is unfeasible. But you need to combine that with the tools. So you need different kinds of training. You need training on what your obligations are as an officer, as an NGO, as a psychologist, where you fit within the system. You need to pressure test those responses as well. It's not enough simply to know, but you need to be put under pressure and to work out how to do it. And I think it was after one of the Danish attacks that this was a recognition of victim support. They had all the procedures in place. It didn't work like that in practice under the real pressure of the attack, and they had to learn from that and had to learn to test their procedures as well and test personnel in terms of how they respond to that pressurized situation. But that training has to be multi-agency as well, and you need to have the different actors involved working together as part of that process. And this tends to be it tends to work well when it comes to the counter-terrorism or the law enforcement part of it, or the immediate health aspect of it, which may include the Red Cross, for example. And they're really focused on health and hospitalization and maybe countering the threat. But the victim element to this in terms of the emotional care of the victims, in terms of setting up those centres and making sure that they're informed in a correct way, that tends to be forgotten or missing in some way. So those are some of the aspects. I think there are many other aspects. I think one which is really important is the identification and registration of victims, which can also be planned for and which doesn't necessarily go particularly well. There are two elements to this. One is actually having the systems in place to effectively record who are the victims and who are those impacted at the scene, and knowing what kind of information you need to record. This whole system is fundamental to getting people into the system, recognizing that in an open attack of some kind, a lot of people will go home, will go away, won't recognize that they've been affected in some way. So, and that's not something you can put in place at the moment the attack happens. You need to have the systems in place. Here in Belgium, they've learned their lessons around this. They now have an amazing technological solution called Be Prepared, which includes a bracelet which has wide-ranging information that can be input. But they also have the data sharing procedures in place. Data privacy is extremely important, but it often inhibits the ability to share information between agencies, which is legitimate to share. So the procedures, protocols, and laws to allow that to happen have to be in place. The infrastructure for the recording of who is harmed or affected, and the understanding that this information is relevant not just for this crisis phase, but for the long term, is extremely critical. I think I won't go on for too many other examples, but I think
that's really helpful, Levent. Thank you very much. I do want to just let the commissioners and participants know that many of the recommendations Levent has just shared with us are contained in a report that he produced on supporting victims of terrorism, which we will arrange to have tendered before you. If I can turn, please, Jacqueline, to you. One of the things that your report touches on is the impacts of the media in the very early hours and the impacts of media scrutiny and interest on the experiences of those who've survived a mass casualty. I wonder if you can speak a bit to that.
How we see mass casualty events unfold today is not always the way that it has been. The first time in our country that we ever saw it unfold the way that we see it now is with Columbine, and that was purely by chance that the media were about 40 minutes away covering another very major national story when the news of the shooting unfolded. And so it was very quick that they were able to get down to Littleton to cover an event that today would not be in progress for that long in most instances, or at least in our country, but was still ongoing. And the challenges that we see are numerous. The first is that there's very, very intensive media coverage in the first minutes, hours, days. In our particular instance, in our community, they were still pulling kids out of the schools, trying to get them to their families, and the media were putting microphones in their faces and asking them how they felt when they didn't even know if they were ever going to see their parents again. And so every moment of that immediate aftermath is covered, from extrication of the buildings to family reunifications, to funerals, to community vigils, to memorials, and then sort of whatever the next steps are, whether it's for children going back to school or one of the things I think about with Buffalo is they're going to open that supermarket again because they need to. And so the supermarket reopening will be something that is media covered. And what ends up happening is while individuals are trying to process the incredible amounts of trauma that they have just gone through, they are doing it under the glare of a spotlight. And some survivors have likened it to, I think about one parent who lost his daughter actually in Columbine, and he talks about it as grieving in a fishbowl, where there's this giant light and lens on you and everybody's watching you. And you become a commodity in a sense. And then what ends up happening is it becomes almost this surrogate support that you feel that everybody can be really with you because they're all, supporting you vicariously through this lens. But eventually the next big story comes along and the cameras leave. And then now you've taken a community that's already lost so much, and then they feel left behind. And that presents a lot of challenges for that grief process because, one thing that I think we've tangentially touched upon, but if I may speak so forthrightly, I'm not sure if that's a word, is we talk a lot about normal, but for survivors, they don't go back to normal, they go to the new normal. And they have to figure out how to navigate a space where the rest of the world gets to move on and the rest of the world goes on to tomorrow and the next day, and they're still trying to figure out how to put one foot in front of another. And so the intensive media coverage and then subsequent removal of those cameras can very much be a secondary loss and additional victimization. And I think one thing that we also don't necessarily consider is, you know, when people come back for year marks or other events, we had multiple losses in our community after the initial impact, or when the first year mark came, or, you know, other things. You can't keep coming in and out of people's lives while they're trying to process all of this without respect and care for how they can handle that. And we need to ensure that we're not using those who are affected as a means to an end. We certainly want to get information out there to everybody, but we don't have to impede on people's grieving processes to do that.
Thank you very much. Terry, I think this is probably a good moment to turn to a conversation that you and I have had, which is, I think really builds on the insights Jacqueline has just shared. The importance of providing community members with safe spaces to express anger, rage, to process in ways that may either be subject to sensationalization if they're covered within the media, or to condemnation by those who don't understand. I wonder if you can speak, based on your expertise about trauma, about why that's important.
Well, earlier you had asked me about somatization. So repression is repression, meaning trying to keep everything down and not bring things to consciousness, or be so so traumatized that one is actually dissociating, meaning that one's conscious awareness is separated from one's emotional life, and that you're kind of living outside of yourself, and that contributes to the repression. And if we don't support individuals, and in this case communities, like whole systems, individuals and families, whole communities, even all of Nova Scotia, to acknowledge what's happened, to be able even to not move on, to not forget, to have a place as individuals and families and communities, to have a voice to that pain and to that anger and to that rage. What I was mentioning earlier today, no one wants to live in anger. No one wants to live in rage. It doesn't appear to be a healthy goal, but the type of mass casualty that we're talking about, say there are kind of three different characteristics of mass casualties: the natural disasters, which we have more and more, and trauma and destruction of environment and terror and terrible things that are happening to those communities and to our own communities, to a technical event such as the Swiss Air disaster. It was unanticipated and it was horrific and traumatic. But there was no one, in both of those cases, there's a way of making peace in some way with the event. But with a violent crime, with a terrorist event, with a mass casualty, the nature of many that we've been speaking about, where people are chased and gunned down or attacked by airplanes, the unimaginable, what is happening now is the unimaginable. Where we as humans are having existential crises, where there are heightened levels of risk, an extreme sense of enduring lack of control, and a focus on the fragility of the human condition that's unimaginable and hard to mitigate and manage on our own. That's why people talk about community and connectedness and being able to revisit this, to have the permission to have voice and community and support, to acknowledge the nature, the horror of what happened, that it was unpredictable, that it was unexpected, and it was beyond the tolerable range of human experience, that this is an existential crisis, not for one individual, not for one family, not for one community, for many communities, for province, for the country in some regard. And that we can't ask people just to politely move through their grieving. We need to be able to support people to actually feel what they don't want to feel, which is tremendously enraged. And not everyone necessarily will process that way. As we've mentioned, and others have mentioned, that everyone will go through a process differently and different times. But there is a place for justified anger and for reasonable rage about unreasonable events. And so in linking to, we will have better health outcomes if people are given safe places and structured ways to tell their truth, to tell their pain, and not in polite ways, but in real ways, in embodied ways of what they lost and how much it hurts and how it shouldn't have happened. And so there's more about that, but that's about creating spaces, as people have talked about, safe spaces to have voice, to speak truths, to validate their emotions and the full range of emotion. As Canadians and as humans generally, we're not really great at death and the death language, grieving language, and we're not really, myself in particular, not good with conflict and anger. But these are times, important times, to be able to reclaim that as human beings and validate justified anger, rage that's reasonable according to an existential crisis. And that will link to reduced somatization, more people being able to reconnect their thoughts with their emotions, to reconnect and to move towards coming together again, coming together to do this, and then coming together to integrate the self and integrate families and communities again.
Thank you. Serena, we've heard a number of allusions to the ways in which the COVID-19 pandemic and associated public health measures may have interrupted some of the kinds of processes that have been recommended or discussed today. I'm wondering if you can speak to your experience of how the public health crisis has played out with respect to the capacity of the community that you're a member of to process what has happened.
I think this will definitely add a whole new lens to our research angle when so many of the strategies and things that we talk about, Levent, I was just thinking about all of the things that you also has mentioned, and Greta, about what we would normally do around communications and gatherings and how much this has been disrupted. Processes of rituals and funerals and memorials and all of the acknowledgements of the anniversaries that we've already had to face over the last couple of years that are very much from an individual perspective, but also from a community and a broader scale, I think, across the province and country. It was interesting. I want to pay attention to something that was said to me yesterday because I think it's important that we lean on language around resiliency. And during a pandemic where we have been isolated and trying to follow public health measures, I think that this has added a whole new layer to what has occurred here, which heightens the reason that people are almost living through two traumatic events in these communities, and therefore require a lot more. But somebody said to me, which I found fascinating, are people getting their resiliency on us, or are we just becoming silent? And is that the expectation now? And I know as I have been talking through this, I've leaned on research and reading a lot of what I would like to call my colleagues at this point, and talking about the impacts of stoicism which I think really gets misconstrued in a rural. And I think we have to incredibly remember the small c cultural context that this occurred in many communities, not just one, but in many communities with rural context. That stoicism, and then when we added a layer of a hashtag of Nova Scotia Strong, I got very scared. I will be very honest about that, because in all of the work that I have done, strong and grief and trauma don't mix well. If I can use the hashtag Nova Scotia Strong for the connectedness that I wished we were experiencing through this, and the coming together in ways that we could have. But that's not how this plays out sometimes. And I think in that Nova Scotia Strong and leaning on, I know, Terry, you have talked about the impacts of Swiss Air, stoicism, and people leaning on their own ways of trying to figure out how to somatically. And I think, again, I'm not sure that a lot of people have actually even had an ability to start to process this. So the isolation combined with the grief and the trauma, well-intentioned, but a hashtag that shut us down more, has been deeply concerning for me. So the pandemic has added a lot. I have felt in many ways myself handcuffed at times from the things that I would like to have been able to do and attempted to do along the whole pathway from the night, the morning, and for the last 2 years. Again, I applaud when you talk about the media. I often have said in education, we need to keep the casseroles coming, because that is one of our strengths as a maritime rural connectiveness, but we miss the casseroles and we haven't really received them, I think, in the ways that we needed to. And as the media changes and evolves and tries to work with us through this, I think it's added a whole other lens of sometimes exploiting our grief in ways that have become very disruptive and painful for people as well. So this pandemic, I again really am hopeful that this does not become the excuse to do what we need to do. I think we have to recognize it as a double impacted trauma on our province, which leans more into recommendations moving forward into the future.
Thank you. And for the record, Terry's research that Serena has just referred to is before the commissioners as Exhibit P002623. I'm going to shift gears a little bit now and pick up on something that has been alluded to a number of times in other conversations this morning, but I think it bears surfacing and discussing in and of itself. And this is looking beyond the mental health, bereavement, and even physical medical needs of those affected to the other needs that survivors may have, particularly for information, for truth, for a sense of control over what happens next. Mary, if I can begin with you on this question, what is it that you've observed in your work since 9/11 about the needs of those most affected for these kinds of support or of services?
Well, I mentioned earlier how important it is to have the individuals involved on every level, to have the information, no matter what it is, that's related to them, and then to engage them in the process. And we saw that firsthand in the long and arduous process of creating a memorial, which took 12 years. In New York City, all of the stakeholders were part of that process. And each of them had, at the beginning, very different visions for what the memorial should be. But over time, you know, we came to an agreement. And so I think the process, and so many of these things, you can't avoid the conflict. You know, there is conflict and coming to agreement. So I think it's having that trust and respect and the continuity that's so important. With regard to the 9/11 Commission, I mean, we were just reading the New York Times and seeing that the FBI knew this and this didn't happen, or, you know, the agencies weren't communicating within or among their agencies. So I think, just normal citizens, 12 of us, going to Washington, D.C. and meeting with our congressional offices and giving a voice to the people that died so tragically that day. So I think that's another way that families can, that's another way that the families or community can be involved to really have a clear understanding of what happened. And then moving forward, many families become involved in other ways. I mean, they do different things to commemorate their loved ones, to honor their life by supporting other people. If I could go back, though, to your discussion about lessons learned, I mean, the psychological first aid was really developed because there are so many volunteers that are involved, which then led to the development of the family assistance centers. The communication and information that's provided to the families at that point, they're in shock and they're in the middle of planning funerals and they're not able to really understand things or remember things. So I think the important thing there is to really develop materials that can be distributed. And how do you talk to the media? How do you plan a funeral? How do you what agencies are available and what kinds of services that are they providing? And then, of course, the big gap for us and probably for many other communities was once a family assistance center goes and the American Red Cross, who has the list of victims and the contact information, goes away, how do you transition that care and resources that families need? And how do you engage them in some of the processes, planning commemorative events, honoring their loved ones, or becoming involved in other processes that affect them over time?
Thank you. Greta, if I may turn to you. One of the really striking findings of your longitudinal study is the persistence of need for financial support, material support, educational support for survivors of Utoya and their families. I wonder if you can speak a bit to what conclusions you draw from your research about the material and educational needs of survivors.
I think that we already knew from the tsunami disaster that where so many families came back from mostly from Thailand, and they returned to school. And we had these experiences with the school teachers really needed help. We lost 26 children down there, and many of these families had lost a child. And we realized that the educational system, they are good at many things. They are good at providing help for children with ADHD, children with disabilities. I mean, they learn a lot of that, but they were not having a clue about what to do with children who had been exposed to a disaster. And we knew from that they also needed help when it came to the terror attack and what happened after that. But still, we saw that, after a couple of months, educators still were not understanding that this took time and that different schools did different things, that one school could be really good at it, doing all the things that they were provided help for. Other schools did nothing. So we still have a long way to go in including educators in understanding what trauma is, what a disaster like a natural disaster or a mass shooting, how that impacts the children over time. And so a simple thing like these terror survivors, they couldn't sit in the classroom without being very close to the door. And if they prefer to have the door open, they prefer to have an escape route, you know, where they knew that they can get out. So that kind of thing that's really not easy to understand maybe for the other children. The teacher might seems it's a little weird, but for the survivors, it's logic. They need to know that they are safe, and many of them couldn't bear it, you know. And then it's the concentration. They have, you know, limited concentration span. So the time span that they can be concentrated is limited. Some of them need to get things read for them instead of reading it themselves. So that can be all kinds of different tools that they can use that they actually use already for other kids. But instead, they become what I call, maybe it's not so nice to say it, but mini psychologists. So educators are not psychologists. They're not psychiatrists. They shouldn't be. They should be educators helping them with tools, measures to help them to learn, you know. And of course, empathy and understanding what they are going through. But instead, they said, well, I feel so sorry for you. You can just go home. And what's that? Then being at home, being isolated, that's not what we want them to. We want them to come to school, be with other children, other adolescents, and then little by little come back to school to learn. But they mostly need that the educators understand that they have to design a protocol for them that is useful in their situation. And imagine how important that is for a child to cope in this situation and being able to learn and not having the experience of yet another loss, the loss of proceed with their peers to graduate, you know. So there's an amazing lot of work to be done there. And also for the media, you know, we've done a lot for journalists, both before this happened, during the years after the terror attack, and still we are having seminars with journalists and trying to help each other to understand how we can both cover these events and getting information out and taking care of the people that are the survivors and their families in an adequate way. It's not easy, but there is no one easy solution to it, and especially, you know, with consent from parents when it's a child involved and all that. They've done a lot of bad things with children, but they are learning, and I think we also have a task there.
Thank you. Terry, one of the things that you emphasize in your research is the need for the communities who are affected by events to be involved in research about them, in helping to decide what happens next and how an incident such as a mass casualty or disaster is responded to. Why is that so important?
It's essential. It's not only important, it's essential because it is their experience, it is their lives, it is their health that's at stake. It's their grieving, it's their community, it's their future. And in my experience in working with various communities, Indigenous and here in Nova Scotia and communities in Nunavut, etc., I'm the outsider. Experts are generally the outsiders. Researchers are generally the outsiders. Specialists are usually the outsiders in rural communities and rural and remote communities. And so we may have knowledge that could have utility. We may have skills. We have essential resources, financial, medical, infrastructure, etc., that are essential. also, but they have limited utility and may create harm when we are relying upon our limited outsider knowledge of the community, its social structure, its environmental, physical layout, the relationships, and as I mentioned before, who has the leadership, who is trusted, and what are the capacities that are there. A danger of not having communities lead is that communities have strengths. They have strengths before the disaster, they have just strengths during, and they have strengths after. They have capacity before, during, and after. If we bring in a lot of experts, we then have the risk of not knowing what the heck we're doing. As you will be told often by community members, as I may be told often by community members, we don't know what we're doing, and because we don't know where we are, and we don't know who we're with. And how can you be effective if you don't know where you are, if you don't know the history, you don't know who you're with, and you don't know their priorities and their processes of how things work? How do you get something done in this community? How do you get people to come to a meeting? Go try to have a meeting in a northern community, an Indigenous community, or here in Nova Scotia by just putting a poster up or putting a bulletin out, and just see how effective that is. Because people on the inside of the communities know how to communicate, how to run a meeting, how to get people to come to meeting. And so community members are essential strategically, pragmatically, but ethically. And if our objective is to benefit, to understand, and to benefit, then community leaders and community members need to be at the helm of that ship. And in health promotion literature and wellness literature, cardiovascular research, for example, we have been talking about community champions for many, many years, knowing that communities have capacity. So community champions such as Serena are gold. She holds the key, and others like her in their communities who have are insiders to the community. They have the key to many things. So if your intention is to understand, speak to people in the community and build relationships. It might take you 2 years, but build relationships in order to find out whom you may speak with and how you may speak, to what purpose, and then build alliances. Part of what I was saying in there is that there's not only, like, it's mentioned briefly in one of the Swissair disaster things, but they talked about resources, not just media coming in and overwhelming. In one community, 500 military were based there for over a month. 200 people live in the community. 500 military came into Peggy's Cove and established themselves. They can be overwhelmed. So that's not what I'm meaning to speak of, though, is that rather we can create harm. You will see that people came to respond. Disaster experts came to respond, but they didn't consult with the community, and they provided services that didn't fit. And people were like not trusting. What are all these mental health professionals in here, and what do they want from me? And so being further defended against them. And then if they developed some relationships and they did provide some services that may have been of benefit, because they weren't from the community, they didn't live near the community, didn't work with the community, weren't part of their institutions, they then left. And we heard over and over and over again that the support that's required is not 1 day, it's not 1 week, it's not 1 month. Now we know it's not 1 year, and it may be more than 10 years. So if we work with community members, we don't want to undermine the capacity that's there. We don't want to replace the expertise that's there, the mental health professionals, the clergy, the response personnel who are there that know and understand and are committed to their community. We want to work with them to augment what they have and let them tell us what we need, what they need, rather, what we need in order to help them, what they need, their priorities, that we will meet fewer stumbling blocks if we work with community members on their terms, in their timelines, in their preferences, in their culture, with the people and the processes that they accept. I know, blah, 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 blah. I could go on, for hours, apparently I have already, but the experts are in the community. If we go in with experts, we undermine the capacity that's there. What we want to bring is experts that have permission and the consent to support and work with community priorities. Because what happens in traumatic events is that people lose sense of control. Something is happening to them. From a psychological perspective, people who are traumatized don't need more things happening to them. Things feel like taken away or done to them or fixing them. They need support on their own terms, and they're the experts on what they need. And they may not be able to articulate that, but if you build a relationship, they will come to articulate what they need and how you might best support them to do it. And if you build capacity within their communities, rather than big deluxe will bring in a whole bunch of resources and then they'll be gone. If you can build resources that are led by the control, the point is communities need more sense of rebuilding control, rebuilding safety, rebuilding a sense of competency and capacity. So if we fund and support infrastructure and supports within community that are directed by, informed by, increase the sense of community control, there is more likely to be a success in anything that we ever try to do.
Thank you very much. Megan, if I may turn to you, I know that you've worked with communities who experience traumatic loss, in some cases many years before you start working with them. What can happen to a community over time if they haven't had the opportunity or the knowledge to begin to heal collectively or to build the kinds of capacity that Terry is alluding to?
I want to appreciate what Terry just said, because I was just nodding along as she was speaking. I have a dear colleague who has this idea of nothing about us without us. And I think Terry did such a nice job of speaking to that. I'm going to think about one community in particular that I've worked with where they had a very serious, very violent event happen just about 30 years ago at this point in time. And my work with them has actually started in the last couple of years, and it refers back to something I said earlier in our conversation, which is when things are not confronted, when there's not proactive ways and supportive ways to help communities and community members work through a violent experience when it happens, it honestly is like the mosquito frozen in amber. And communities that I have worked with where there has been a historical traumatic event, in many ways it's as if the community has not progressed or has not moved forward from that story. And this community in particular that I'm thinking about, what's happened is that there has ended up being quite a degree of schism between certain groups of the community who, had ideas or thoughts about how to move forward in certain ways that other members of the community disagreed with. And what that, facilitated or cultivated 30 years ago was separation. And so present day, currently, the story and the narrative and the old hurts are alive and well. And so, what can happen when the kinds of supports that are being sort of described and recommended today, what can happen when those aren't put into place is that, really we can see this real significant potential or vulnerability for people to become stuck, where their identity and the identity of their community becomes wholly surrounding this experience, and not necessarily in ways that they feel or experience as being honoring of what happened, but rather defining in a way that they might not actually choose or select. So I am forever struck by I think we can fool ourselves into this notion of thinking that, well, enough time will pass and eventually I should be over it. I hear that story from individuals and organizations and communities all the time. Well, it was 30 years ago, we should be past this now. But that's actually not what happens, right? No amount of time without the right factors and the right attention and the right support, no amount of time passing just spontaneously allows for the automatic recovery from these kinds of events. These kinds of events we're talking about, they change things permanently. And as was said, this isn't about going back to how things were. This is about establishing how things are going to be in the face of and with the understanding that people and families and communities will be forever changed by this. However, it doesn't have to be a change that necessarily the only definition of which is around the tragedy and the loss. It can actually ultimately become a tremendously horrible tragedy that did allow a community to grow and define itself in the ways in which they came together. So I see this at levels of individuals. I see this in couples and marriages. If a child has been lost, I see this in organizations when organizations lose members by suicide, or if there's been violence within an organization. There's an organization I work with here in Calgary who recently had a murder within their organization. We see this at the level of communities that have experienced these kinds of mass casualties or mass traumatic events. If we don't find ways for people to honor and recognize and have ways to engage in within themselves and with each other, the working through and the messiness that requires, the ways in which that will, understandably bring people to their knees, but that there can be potentially another side to that. If my fear, my worry is for many communities and many communities I've worked with is that if we don't find ways to support that over the long term and in all the ways that are being described today, the potential for this to be the only identity in a very limited and limiting story is that much higher.
Thank you. Jacqueline, one of the mechanisms that you've described in your report for assisting communities in the medium to long term after a mass casualty is the innovation which is often known as resilience centres. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about what resilience centres do and why they're an effective mechanism.
So we've sort of touched a little bit upon family assistance centers, which emerge almost in the immediate aftermath to ensure a centralized location where individuals who are affected can come for information, sort of like a clearinghouse of resources, if you will. And as I believe Lev might have said, and I apologize if it wasn't you, those eventually leave. And the Red Cross takes or maybe it was Mary, I'm sorry, takes their list of names and goes. And then you have to figure out sort of how do we support the community and help to rebuild that sense of community, or at least offer it a place, a centralized location where it can occur. And so the Resiliency Center that from where I've seen it used in mass shootings. The first one was in Aurora, Colorado, which had a movie theater shooting actually 10 years ago next month. And I actually was able to go out there and spend some time, meet the people who worked there, learn more about their services. And it's a centralized, almost like a wellness location in the middle of the community where they offer a variety of different services. Because I think one thing that we've all touched upon in our own respective comments is no two people are going to grieve this the same way, and no two people are going to need the same services. And so you have a range of opportunities that are available that can meet the needs of the people who are receiving the assistance, where it can serve as a clearinghouse of information still in the ongoing, but also help to build wellness and resiliency. And again, there's challenges that go into that, from funding to who that money can be used for. In the United States, so for my report to the commission, I actually interviewed 2 directors of resiliency centers, and one of the challenges both of them articulated to me is that the funding that comes from our federal government can only be used for a very narrow group of individuals. So they then have to find other funding streams to be able to provide services to everybody who's affected. Then you run into timelines, which our government timetable doesn't move very fast. So you have to have seed funding to get your resiliency center off the ground. But then it also comes down to, what does the community need? So in these two communities that have these resiliency centers, one director expressed to me how the community viewed it as, I don't want to say an albatross, but a constant reminder of their tragedy at a time where they were trying to figure out how to move forward. And so they wanted the resiliency center to close. Whereas this other community said, no, this is our central place. This is what's bringing us all back together, and we want it to stay. Both of those communities, interestingly, have ongoing challenges related to their respective cases. But what also they've talked about is the different types of services and the way that you communicate it to people. So in actually our community, I spoke with our director, and our community has a very big aversion to things called therapy. So they brand everything as wellness. And so even though you're still engaging in therapeutic practices, you're doing it from a place of wellness that has increased buy-in and participation because you're meeting people where they need to be. I will say, they've talked about a number of different services, and they do things from, yoga and mindfulness and wellness to art therapy to equine therapy, group sessions, individual sessions, again, making sure that there's stuff available to everyone. But it's not just enough to build a resiliency center. You have to make sure that people know about it. And so in our community, the members of the team that established it, which it was built with a service-based provider already existing in the community that had a lot of ties, is they would go to farmers markets and they would go to places of worship and they would go where the people were and talk to them and say, here's how we can help you. We're here to listen to what your needs are. And so again, we've talked a lot today about creating spaces for people's voices to be heard, and resiliency centers are a great way to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit now and have a bit of a conversation about a modality that's sometimes called peer-to-peer support, but it's a particular word for a bigger idea, which is communities who have experienced similar events taking care of one another. Mary, I wonder if I can begin with you, please. I know that peer-to-peer support is an important methodology that Voices utilises, and you described a little bit of some of how you bring groups together in an earlier answer. What have you seen the value of peer-to-peer support as being? How has it helped?
Well, we've held over 2,300, that's what we've documented anyway, support groups over the years. And what we're seeing, I think to Jacqueline's point, the resiliency centers play a role, but both after 9/11 and after many of these tragedies, the organization goes away. What we're seeing with the individuals that we're working with, and it goes back to the thought about people want you to be over it, move on. Isn't it 10 years, in our case, over 20 years since the tragedy? So both the support that they receive or don't from their family and friends and colleagues may disappear because that person wants them to get back on their feet, to return to who they were prior to their loss, and to move on. And that just can't happen. So I think what the peer support group provides is an opportunity for individuals to come together that have a shared loss, a shared experience, and they're able to talk freely among each other. And, the word validation was brought up. Validation is big time. And I know we had a surge of survivors. I mentioned there were about 500,000 people that survived the attacks, and 90,000 responders. And of those individuals, there's over 83,000 now in treatment for one or more medical conditions, but they also have depression, anxiety, and PTSD are in the top 10 certified conditions that they have. So, different than but complementary to the psychological treatment that they might have. Some individuals that have started our groups this year have said that the peer support group was more helpful than 17 years of therapy. And I think it all comes down to the validation, the ability to talk with people that understand rather than having to educate. Oftentimes, if you can imagine needing therapy 20 years later, where do you start about where your experience is with a mental health provider? So we do both peer groups, but also support groups that are led by a clinician. One other thing that was brought up was, and I feel very strongly about it, is the psychoeducation and not pathologizing the experience or the condition that these people have. Being in a place where you're educating them, about the many issues that impact them, or the many conditions that exist as a result of going through a loss. Certainly bereavement, trauma, any of the medical conditions that may be, they may be prone to, but also about resilience. How do you take the loss of a loved one, or witnessing or responding to the unimaginable, and how do you provide that person the skills to really understand what are their strengths and how can they build on those strengths to become more resilient? And certainly the community, a supportive community, is an important component to that.
Thank you, Mary. And in our conversations before the roundtable, you kindly indicated that some of the programming that Voices offers is available to members of the communities affected by the mass casualty that this commission is tasked with understanding. I wonder if you can please speak briefly to that.
Well, we hold monthly psychoeducational programs. Right now, we're doing a 3-part series in cooperation with the National Center for PTSD. We do a lot of awareness campaigns. June is PTSD awareness, and so we're doing a 3-part series on that. And we have authors participate that have written books on relevant topics. We also have conferences, and we have a conference coming up on September 9th and 10th in New York City that will be in person, but also broadcast live. So any of the events that we have right now are, in addition to being in person, are online. And certainly people can go to our website, which is voicescenter.org, and register, and we'll be happy to add you to our distribution list.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline, your report refers to the Rebels Project, which is another model of peer-to-peer support that I know you're keen to speak to a little bit, and I wonder if you can share a bit more information about the Rebels Project and how it works.
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo many of the statements that Mary made, because certainly she speaks from a much more knowledgeable place than I do, but you cannot underscore enough how important it is for somebody to validate how you're feeling, not because they're trained to validate your feelings, but because they actually understand what you went through. And I say that, obviously listening to survivors, but in my own experiences as somebody who through my work has experienced vicarious trauma that nobody around me seems to understand except my friends who are mass shooting survivors. The Rebels Project is an organization that began 10 years ago after the shooting at the movie theater in Aurora. And it was started by a handful of no longer students, but they were students at the time. They had survived Columbine. And in our country and perhaps worldwide, most people see Columbine as sort of this first moment because we saw it unfold on TV in a very different way than we had others, even though there was numerous other shootings in our country that happened before Columbine. And part of the trouble, I think back then, and somebody mentioned it earlier, that we now know more today than we did 23 years ago. And so these individuals who survived their very worst day saw this happen in a community 35 minutes away from them and said, how can we help? How can we take everything that we've learned now 13 years later from our tragedy, and how can we use that to help others? And so in this sort of informal conversation, they created this group called the Rebels Project, which began at the time in 2012 with about 100 members of people who were impacted by various tragedies, mostly mass shootings, but there are some individuals who've survived bombings. There are some 9/11 survivors in there. And through just their outreach and connecting with others who have been affected as well, they today now are more than 1,400 members strong from over 120 different impacted communities. And so what I was able to do in my initial article that led to my work with this commission is interview survivors. And to Mary's point, peer-to-peer support cannot replace traditional counseling, but it definitely complements it, because they're able to say to individuals, we understand where you've been, and we can even tell you 18, 19, 20 years later, here's what our journey looked like, and yours might look different, but here's some holes you might need to navigate or work around. And it has numerous benefits. It has benefits for the receiver who understands that their experience is normal for what they are dealing with. It helps to provide them outlets of support where they can talk to other people. And also it honestly benefits the giver as well, because so many individuals who experience these tragedies want to help and want to know how they can take what they've endured and turn something positive from something so negative. And that's where that peer-to-peer support has been so helpful. What I think is also very important to acknowledge is that we've talked about different layers of impact, and even that comes into play with peer-to-peer support network. So to give you an example, in my initial research with Columbine survivors, I had parents who lost their children that day talk about their need to connect with the other parents and families that lost children that day. And then I had students who were in the school, in different parts of the school, who felt safer and more connected to the people who had experienced it in the exact same way that they had. So even though they were all touched by the same tragedy, they all connected differently based on how they were affected by that tragedy. One of the benefits of the Rebels Project is it does exist largely online. They have Facebook groups and other mechanisms where survivors can go on. It's very carefully vetted to ensure that outsiders are not coming in and infringing upon their space. And you can connect with individuals who have experienced similar tragedies, who have been affected the same way. But certainly the virtual network, especially over the last 2.5 years dealing with COVID, has been incredibly valuable, but they also augment that with in-person gatherings. Members of their group travel to affected communities to meet with families and individuals who have been affected. So there's many different ways in which those connections can be fostered, but the most important thing is understanding that those connections are incredibly invaluable.
Thank you. Serena, this is an important conversation, I think, about, we've heard a lot about the strengths and that are present in communities if you look for it and if you build it. I'm interested if you're able to share with us, what are some of the ways in which your community has taken care of one another since the mass casualty took place?
I
think it's important to recognize that I come from one small community of many rural communities that have been impacted by this. So in no way do I want to speak on behalf of all of the families and all of the communities. That just feels really important to acknowledge. What I have witnessed, as I've witnessed probably what you're saying, Jacqueline, some solidarity with certain groups. Certainly our volunteer firefighters in some instances have been able to come together, supporting, attending, being part of this. I see some groups getting together now, starting to look at park spaces and building renovation spaces. So again, I think it comes back to some of those different styles of the way we grieve. So our instrumental grievers are busy doing some of those things that are important to them. And again, those intuitive grievers that we often see who are feeling this in a different way right now and maybe more quietly. I'm not sure exactly, Emma, how to speak to that. I still recognize that we have amazing resources in this province and in the affected communities. But I applaud each of you that you're acknowledging that this is very early on. And what I do see is a tremendous amount of weariness, especially from our frontline people who are trying really hard to keep this up, from the communities of schools, hospitals, long-term care, our businesses. So I think we're trying to navigate this maybe in the best way that we can right now. We know that that collective response is important. Our voices are incredibly important in this, but likewise, we need the research and the people that have the longitudinal viewpoint of this that are going to help us recognize the interjecting points of getting things in place. We have certainly made recommendations to ask for a center as well that again is inclusive, diverse. We have amazing programs in our purview around horticulture and art and all of the different ways of green space and nature and those kinds of things. So they are attainable, accessible. We know this from research. We've put these recommendations forward as an important part of possibly moving forward. We know that that isn't going to be for everybody, but we also recognize that, and I applaud the person who said the messiness of this, Megan, I think that was you. And I think right now, from my own perspective, which is very personal, I do see a tremendous amount of messiness to this right now. So I think we're trying to navigate that.
Thank you for that very thoughtful answer. So conscious of time, I'm now going to move to an invitation to each of you to respond briefly to the next question, which is really, is there anything that you came to share today that you'd like the commissioners or the participants to understand that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak to? And Greta, if I may begin with you, please.
I think my message would be that you really take it seriously, that it will take time, and that you put up, you get the resources you need to get this going, and then the people know where to get help, and that they are contacted proactively and asked what is their struggle, so that they can get adequate help. We had to do that again almost 10 years after, because we realized that 30% of our sample still needed help that they didn't have at that time. And many of them had used their helpers. They were not helping them anymore, so they needed new helpers. So we had one person in the region, in each region, that contacted them and, kind of tried to investigate what they needed and tried to get them that help. Some need just a lawyer to help them with all the mess that is around them. Some need more financial support because they're not good, they're not well off, and some need psychological medical help. It's not all health services that they need. There are also other things. But that has been tremendously helpful, even though it's been so long, so many years after the event. So I hope that we got that help established due to that one of our ministers had done something really stupid. So the prime minister stepped up and say, what do you need? And we jumped to it and said, we need three things. We need research, we need that the victim support group have their financial help, and that we need these persons to investigate what the directly exposed at least need now and get that established.
Thank you. Megan, if I may turn to you next, is there anything else that you'd like to share today?
Yeah, thank you. Again, thank you so much for letting me be here and the opportunity to participate. This has been a really meaningful conversation. I hope it's been helpful. I think there's two parts I would just like to finish with. I think the main thing I want to say is probably just a reiteration, which is for the community members and the family members, the permission to just allow yourselves to be where you are. That I am in bewildered awe often by how loss and trauma and tragedy, like we've been talking about today, can really bring people and communities to their knees. And at the same time, the incredible capacity I have witnessed in people to reclaim their lives from this kind of an event. And I suppose, so to me, there's a bit of a both and right now, the one side of this is still early days, and there's rawness and messiness and pain, as we've been talking about, and there's a place for hope. There is an opportunity for growth to come from this. And, I was struck when Jacqueline was talking, even when we start to see that inclination for people to want to be available to others who have been through this type of experience, that's what we would be looking at when we think about things like post-traumatic growth. So I suppose that's message one. The other message, and I don't want to go too much on this point, but I actually wanted to just mention, if you weren't aware, the federal government just yesterday announced just shy of $30 million in funding for frontline workers who have been impacted from a mental health perspective through the pandemic and beyond. And so my hunch would be there'd be lots of community members maybe here today or who could avail themselves of this support, and would be very happy to provide any of that information to the Commission if that would be of interest. So just thank you again for letting me participate. And again, my condolences to all for the losses that have occurred.
Thank you very much indeed. Levent, if I can turn to you.
Thank you. I certainly echo Megan's last words, and I think the point around growth is particularly important. I think one thing to always bear in mind in these situations is many people want to do many things, and it's somewhat chaotic. And having frameworks and structure around all of that and a strategic vision can really help, because you can have lots of people going in different directions, and it's helpful to come together as a community and work out what that vision is and how you can best do that, understanding that there are multiple solutions, but you need to coordinate together, and that's effective, not least because of the efficient use of limited resources. So I think that's particularly important. Understanding it's everyone's role. We say this about support and the framework you see behind me on the side. So this is a national victim support framework that we've put together, and there are many ways in which people experience victimization, different kinds of victimization and trauma. And many of the solutions and approaches that we're talking about with respect to mass casualty are in many ways applicable in other situations. So understanding what everyone's role is and empowering them to be supportive within the community and with individuals is really critical in that. And coming back to one of Megan's points about growth, and the community doesn't have to be defined by, and shouldn't be defined solely by what's happened there. Many of the solutions to resolving and growing are also solutions for community cohesion, community resilience, and the entire fulfillment of that of the individual and the community. So seeing these things in that broader perspective is important, because you understand then that this isn't simply about answering a singular incident. It's about answering the question, how can we as communities thrive? And I think that's essential, particularly when we're facing many different kinds of unstable situations, high levels of migration, climate change, new technologies and where we're going. And the kinds of solutions actually we're talking about strengthen us to cope with all of those issues. So I think it's important to understand that within the context of what we're trying to do within this incident.
Thank you. Mary, if I may turn to you.
Well, I'll start end where I began, and that's really to offer my condolences to the families and just encourage them to, to garner the support that they need, and to be around positive people that are going to really help you heal. And don't forget about how important it is to commemorate the life of the person that you lost, to remember, and maybe you don't feel that way right now, but you will come to a time when you can talk about them. And I'm going to cry now. And but to keep their memory alive in whatever way that you see fit. And then, of course, to think beyond the families to the broader community. I know the survivors that we work with, from the day onward, people say you're so lucky you survived the attack, and they don't feel lucky. They saw things they should never have seen. They didn't have the support because people thought they were lucky. And they do need support and validation that what they saw and the experience, sometimes life-threatening experiences, are really life-changing for them. And, over the course of time, when you think in terms of 9/11, it's 20 years. We have some survivors that have never talked to another survivor before in 20 years. And so I think to build that understanding that, although they're lucky, they still need support. And then, of course, people like Serena that are in the trenches, trying to support the community. The responders have needs too. And, it's not easy, after many of these tragedies, even security is an issue. You have, in our case, the president coming in to Newtown that has one road in and one road out, at the same time funerals that are going on. And and then lastly, just to say that, of course, I think I speak for everyone on the panel that we're here to support you. So anything that you may need, whether it's the families, the people that survived, or Serena and the people that she's working with, we're here to help. And we've learned a lot, unfortunately, but you have to go through it. I mean, there's no way around grief. You have to move through it and have the support that you need, and be around positive people that are going to support your healing.
Thank you. Terry, if I may turn to you.
Thank you. I want to say, Mary, thank you for sharing in your very personal way. Thank you. Okay, well, I want to go back. The community psychologists and the clinical psychologists are like looking for space in what I want to say within me. But I want to say, from a community health promotion, a community wellness theory and practice, that to build from a health promotion wellness perspective, to build creative supportive environments, to strengthen community action with the community, and to reorient health services. And what I mean to say in reorienting health services, that with the community, that the province would figure this out. But there has been an exceptional event. There's no arguing that there's an exceptional event, a national crisis, a provincial crisis, family, individual crisis. An exceptional event. There's been exceptional, we're talking about our exceptional traumatic responses. And therefore, there is an exceptional need for appropriate government support for appropriate and accessible health care in all of that definition. But right now, as I also live in the Maritimes, I know that accessible health care is really out of reach. But I want to say for this community, from my personal and professional position, is this is an exceptional event, an exceptionally traumatic response, and therefore there's an exceptional need for an exceptional response from government. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline.
To everybody that is here and that is watching from home and may watch this later, thank you. Thank you for welcoming us to your community, to your tragedy, and allowing us the space to try and help in any way that we can. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here. I'd just like my final remarks to be to those who are affected, if that's all right. You shouldn't need permission from any of us to feel the way that you feel, to be impacted the way that you are, because you didn't have a choice in any of this. And so I would encourage you to give yourself that permission to feel and to grieve however you need to grieve, and to process your tragedy however you need to process it, and to understand that it's no timetable, and not to let anybody, not resources, not your peers, no one gets to tell you on what timetable this happens. Every single person who was affected by this tragedy in any way, shape, or form, your experiences are valid, they are important, and they deserve to be addressed. And so I just want to let you know that, as Mary so eloquently said, we are all going to be here long after today to support you in any way that we can. So please know that no matter what, you are never alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Serena, the last word goes to you.
Thank you for that, Emma, and to each of you. Since April 18th and 19th, I have tried to function in my life with 2 words, and they are truth and grace. And I believe throughout this process, we need truth. We need facts and we need understanding, but they can only be delivered with the element of grace and humility for the devastation that this has caused. I believe that our physical safety has been completely disrupted in these communities. I also think our psychological safety has also been disrupted. This is an identity that we're all struggling with at this time. I want it to be an identity that we can recreate. I have 2 sons. I know that trauma begets trauma. I want different for our children in these communities. I want different for our seniors in these communities. and for all of the colleagues out there who have been serving in incredible ways. This is Canada's largest mass casualty event that has occurred in a series of rural communities. I impress upon the commissioners and all of the people present through this process that you are part of helping us get up on our knees again and being communities that will be aligned with communities like this, that we will be able to tell our stories in ways that we're progressing in research and knowledge and capacity building in ways that Canada has never had to really look at this intensely yet. I want our approaches here to be integrative, recognizing our historical trauma as well, and knowing that this is accumulating for all of us across this province in so many ways. So if anything can come out of this crisis, please help us make it an opportunity for growth, not only for my kids, but for everybody else's as well. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this today. I can't tell you how meaningful this is, but also how hard it's been.
Serena, thank you. Commissioners.
Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you. Just a note to say that I made a lot of comments in my book today, mostly focused on recommendations from the very wise input from all of you. It's greatly appreciated. Like many other panels, I wish that we had a week to sit around and continue this dialogue. Thank you, Commissioner McDonald.
Commissioner Stan?
It's been such a helpful discussion in so many ways. And one of the things that that strikes me is, and Dr. Deeb, you touched upon it, and I mean, all of you bring experiences with you to this work and the care that you bring to the work. Here you are late in the evening in your country, following very closely on the heels of mass casualty, and we've all been thinking about our colleagues in Norway during this time. So appreciate you being here. But you talked about how you became involved in the work in the first place because you were asked to help after the Utoya mass casualty, and you looked around for resources, and there really weren't any. And so you decided to create them. And that generative process, as hard as it is, and all of you who research in this area are necessarily doing work in the midst of tremendous pain and suffering. And it's, Dr. Schildkraut, you talked about vicarious trauma as well. And one of the things that really strikes me about people we've heard from in this process all the way through is the need to support the people who support. So all of the people who do the work to try to assist the other people doing the hard work of grieving is a piece that I think is important to attend to as well. And so I just want to express my appreciation to all of you for doing what some people might see as sort of this removed research, but that actually is coming from a place that is very caring. So just want to acknowledge that and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it falls to me to thank you as well, beginning by thanking you, Emma, for not just a wonderful job facilitating this very important panel, but for organizing it, and of course for Nicole Elizabeth as well, as you've indicated. So we're very grateful. To our panelists, I've seen a lot of kindness and generosity here today. And it visits us in two aspects. One is helping us with this very important aspect of our mandate. So directly helping us and being here for us today. but kindness and generosity on another front, and that is to the survivors. I was struck by your kindness to the survivors as the suffering continues to cascade and reverberate from its painful core outward. So we've had the benefit of your collective, a tremendous combination actually of expertise, direct experience, and Mary, I look to you with gratitude, and with your wisdom. It seemed to have gelled for me, and I'm sure for everyone, in a very wonderful way. You delivered your messages with conviction, candor, and sincerity, and we really appreciate that. If I could be so bold as to use first names to Greta and Levent, and Mary and Megan and Serena and Terry and Jacqueline. Collectively, you've given us a gift for which we're very grateful here today. So thank you all very much. And we have some administrative matters to deal with, so you are, of course, free to go. And again, thank you to everyone.
Thank you for the opportunities.
Thank you.
So generic, so nothing burger, so desperate. These people are really funny to watch when you got the eyes. You can see a lot of things. Going down to shame, only beginning. Do you know, I was sitting here and I was thinking about it. Funnily enough, all of the advice and everything that they're spitting out about PTSD and trauma, do you know who they're spitting it out for? I'll tell you who. Themselves. Think about that one for a minute. Seriously. Oh, they're gonna need it. What did I say here? Do you know how much heat this channel causes them? You have no idea. I do. Because I know from Ottawa. Major problems. Since what? April 1st, 2020. Task 703. Huge problems. That's me, you, most of you, causing them all kinds of difficulty. Because there's a lot of people who don't see through the bullshit. My apologies. There are so many people and more people dialed in all the time, and it's getting desperate, more and more desperate. Where's Krista today? She having issues? They're having issues. I don't know that for sure. I can see it on their faces. They know this one is really bad. They need the one they need. They're going to need all this help. But funnily enough, the lies that they're spitting, of course, do nothing to help. Because you need real answers to start to begin, which you never can close. But at least you can come to some kind of resolution in your own head. if you have to sit and constantly ask questions and they're in your mind, what is it that they like to keep you locked in? Oh, that's right. The perpetual, never-ending circle of trauma, which just gets worse and worse and worse. And there's a lot of people who want out now. They're saying, no, done here, thanks, move along. You can take your Dalhousie experts and your Onslow experts and use them on yourselves. That's what it's there for.
And thank you so much for our technical crew and their amazing agility. Mr. Van Wart?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners, and certainly thank you to the staff for facilitating this more administrative moment. At this time, I'd like to move to tender 6 documents as exhibits. These are documents that have been shared with participants.
Is this pre-recorded?
They relate to a meeting that was held on April 28th, 2020.
That's an
involving,
awfully short
senior members
lunch.
of the RCMP. We know there has been some significant attention paid to these events surrounding the meeting. In our view, it is in the public interest to file today as exhibits the relevant documents that the Commission currently has identified in our process in order to share this information with the public in a timely,
Sorry, I
transparent
didn't
manner.
catch the last sentence.
I should note that these are documents that was anticipated to be filed as exhibits in any event later in proceedings this summer when we hear from additional senior members of the RCMP. So, Madam Register, I move to tender the following documents. The first is COM 0059349. This is an email dated April 28th, 2020, sent to all of the RCMP Division staff from the Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman with the following subject line: sharing Commissioner's message.
That's Exhibit 2642.
Thank you. And the next COM number is COM 0035773. And this is the attached letter dated April 27, 2020 from Commissioner Lucky to H Division.
It's Exhibit 2644.
Next is COM number 0051407. And this is the notes of Chief Superintendent Chris Leather dated April 21st, 2020 to April 31st, 2020.
2645.
The next is COM number 0058639, which is the notes of Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman dated April 19, 2020 to October 27, 2020.
Exhibit 2646.
Next is COM number 0059353. This is an email dated April 14, 2021 to Commissioner Lucky from Leah Scanlon with the following subject line: quote, letter regarding H Strong meeting, April 28, 2020.
It's Exhibit 2647.
And finally, COM number 0059354, which is the letter attached to this email, which is a letter to Commissioner Lucky, authored by Leah Scanlon.
Exhibit 2648.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are all the exhibits.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wart. And thanks again to the roundtable members for assisting us with our work in helping to consider lessons learned and recommendations to strengthen community safety. And of course,
watch for those emails. Going to be good. The heat's just beginning.
so the roundtable is connected to that part of our mandate. If the roundtable prompted you to think of research that could be relevant to our work or an idea to make your community safer, please do share it with through the public submissions survey on the website. There will be no public proceedings tomorrow. We'll return on Thursday at 9:30. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you then.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until June the 30th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh, those are going to be good. Real good. Warming up. Told you. Mark my words. As this goes along, and this is why the process must continue, the documents will come. Don't worry about this hoo-ha. It's the papers. The papers. Oh, bad. In case anybody hasn't picked up on my subtleties. Yes, I smoke. I cough. Another short week. Another short day. Sorry, I thought that I mistakenly thought they were going for lunch. You see, there's nothing. This week was originally 4 days. Now they've cut it down to 2, which is good. God shines. Funnily enough. That's not entirely true, right? Because this circle is what's driving that. The more that watch, the more eyes that are open. The more that you call them on their shit and they see it, they know. That's time for depends. Fluid and dynamic, but perhaps more than just fluid. Doctored. Well, let us see. Let us see. There's definitely some doctoring going on. Definitely some doctoring that's been going on for a long time. But you guys all can see it. Well, many people are newer. And waking to what the horror is. And that's why we're all here to help. It's not about, oh, you're naive or ignorant. It's not that at all. The cognitive dissonance in one's mind is hard to overcome because we believe. And that's what they've built their shit upon. Trust. Well, I'm not going to ask questions because you're here to help me. Right? Oh, I see you're not. And then it starts. Depends stock prices set to go through the roof this summer. Break expecting heavy infiltration and manipulation, folks. Yeah. Notice the porn bots and all that shit popping up? You see, they're desperate. The stories in the media that they're running. This is all for them. All the PTSD and everything, because it's them. I think I tweeted something about that, maybe. Dropping an article again on the PTSD. Who causes the PTSD, I wonder? Task 703. Been saying it since April 2020. Thousands of hours documented, even though some are deleted. But that's fine. Receipts, paper trails. Ouch, gonna hurt. There are now 116 supporting documents for Public Communications Foundation document. Let's see how long they take to actually upload these. You know, what was it I saw the other day? Or I think I'd seen that document before. Yesterday, I saw it again. Delayed release. I like that. Delayed. Right. Why would you need to delay again? I ask questions that are cognitive dissonance questions. Rhetorical. Oh. I want to know what Task 703 has to do with there. Perhaps more. Maybe it has to do with you watching. Maybe it has to do with me. You never know. The problems you have caused. Oh, the shit you have stirred. Dangerous. Not very happy folk. Down in Ottawa. Been shitting their pants for a long time. Even though they've tried their little tricks. Yes, here we go. There's the article. Oh, I missed this. See, I don't get in here often enough. I really don't. I try and spend more. We get all of July dedicated to domestic violence angle. So what do they do? Right? That was the story. Let's go and look at it again. Because I didn't get to complete it. You go to Costco. Careful. Maybe the RCMP's got to go too. Because family members are pursuing somebody who's running around in a mask. Running around. Who could clearly be identified. HRP was there? Oh, no, we're not. We can't. You guys have that bag of shit to yourselves. It's burning over on your porch. Yeah, it's nothing to do with us. Fuck off! Oh, they're just being left out to dry by themselves. CBC is a dumpster fire. Who's been, but it's all the media. They all run cover. Who tells truth? Where are some of these supposed organizations that supposedly care? You know, oh, that MSM. We don't believe that. We'll tell you. Well, where were you? You had 2 years. I guess you're really shitty at doing your job. Can't really kind of miss what happened in April 2020. You just can't. Where were you again? Oh, that's right. Just like the same question I posed. How many mainstream media outlets have reached out to us? You want to know? 1. I suggested a certain angle on something. Certain pieces may have come into play at that time. I didn't hear from that person anymore. I did hear other things, though. Interesting. Timing. Well, I did hear from them once more. That's not true. And then I asked for something they had. You know, truth. Do you know if they wanted to share it? Oh, that's right. They didn't talk to me any longer. Okay. Given the fact that why? Who did I come here for originally? That's right. A phone call, which snowballed into a mountain of shit, which Ottawa can't contend with. Costco. Right. Let's look at the domestic violence stuff. You watch the story start to come. How a Nova Scotia mass shooter controlled, exploited women. I want to hear from Cindy on this one. Important to recognize abusive behavior as a what? Oh, remember this word early on too? Gunman who would kill. Whenever you see that, that's a red flag. You know why? Because the people who are, quote, most affected by this one have asked, please discontinue that. How long have we been championed for acknowledgement of this? And not because me. Families have. So when you see this, that's a red flag. Problems ahead. Across Nova Scotia, blah, blah, blah. Not that I'm minimizing it by any stretch. People who won't say 23 are highly suspect. Because you just have to ask yourself, why is it that you're changing the number? What gave you the authority to do that? That you supersede families. Cognitive dissonance. Right. The sewing, bail. Documents released. Query. What? Oh, sewing. Include accounts from his common law spouse. Oh, I would say they do. Check out the emails. The ones that they have so far released, because there's hundreds of pages of them. And they've only released a few. I love the language that she uses and where she is. And who's in control of most of the money again? Who's on the deeds for these businesses? Who was missing that night? Who's missing now? Does she have a horse in this race? Do you think? Perhaps. Who turned around right away and said, oh, don't worry about me. I'm relinquishing all claims to the estate. Remember way back when? And I was like, oh, she just turned around and sued the families when it came out. Well, I think it was in the court documents. And I was like, you seem very much like a victim. That's why victims attack other victims. That makes sense. Cognitive dissonance. Oh, you got to go. That's too bad. That's too bad. I wanted to catch up. 23. 23. But you see, it isn't 22 because the families have specifically asked, please stop saying that. I tend to listen to them. Don't you? I'm not saying anything against you, Chris, because lots of people have been. I don't know how long you're into this story, and of course, then the media, all that they do is just push that number. So then people actually believe it. But the families have always said, baby beaten counts. Please don't forget. That would be all of them. I've never heard a dissenting voice amongst the families. No, don't acknowledge baby beaten. Please just say pregnant woman and 22. Or sorry, pregnant woman, 22. No, they have always said 23. So we'll stick with 23. No one has said anything. Yes. The other statements from certain individuals who I would think would be very upset. Some of them don't have a lot of negative things to say. Sure, again, I've tried to rationalize that in my mind, but having a difficult time. Yeah. Isn't that sad? So then that would be 23, right? In the plant in Vietnam. Tell you, this stuff, it's crazy what people pay for clothes and stuff like that. I mean, I buy, I guess, nicer clothes, one would say, but I generally buy them that aren't made in third world countries. Well, I'll tell you how much shit that is made in third world countries costs because I've seen it. Not that Vietnam is particularly a third world country. It's not, but very cheap. Moving along. I'm not attacking Lululemons. I have some Lululemons. Not the stretchy kind, but I remember I was down in the States once and I actually had to use a laundromat there. And so I went to the laundromat and I put my clothes in. I came back. They stole my Lululemon. I was very sad. I never found those pants again. I never put them out. Quite comfortable pants. Oh, I know. I'm just teasing too. And it has nothing about it. I'm not saying, everybody has to buy expensive clothes. That's not it at all. It's not it at all. You can buy inexpensive clothes that are made locally and things like that too. Costs a little bit more for sure. Sometimes a lot more, but it's worth it because usually the product is a lot more quality. Given that Vancouver is Lululemon's headquarters, do you think, really? Come on. Caitlin Geiger Bardswitch, spokeswoman for Women's Shelters Canada, said these interviews from a woman dubbed EE. Too bad. She's not here. We'll just negate that word. transcripts caught her attention. Cindy, lived near the gunman's Portapique residence. I don't believe she's had a chance to review her own statement. Interesting. Cottage first met him around 2014. She told police she'd do odd jobs around the gunman's property, cleaned his cottage, and helped build a large garage that would eventually house his bullish forever. Well, I'd really like to see pictures of families. Moving along, Caitlin can have her own photo album somewhere else. She had a small place with no running water. Cindy said she relied on the gunman for everything from firewood in the winter to food and liquor, since she didn't have a car or a job at the time. Quote, he'd take me up to his house and run my tub for me, put out nice warm towels. And he said he always had a little special soap for me. It was all done up pretty and stuff. And then he'd feed me, Cindy said. Oh, that sounds horrific. At that point in my life, he was like a miracle to me. Cindy said that they were always good friends and also had an ongoing sexual relationship. Geiger Bardswich said the situation is concerning and fits a larger trend of the gunman's predatory behavior with women. That would be because why? Did she date him? Does she know him? Is she one of the victims, family members? That would be no. Okay, so where would she rank again on the priority list? Selling the domestic violence hunter angle. Femicide. Observatory. Police, Fredericton. Non-state. Torture. Gene. And Linda. Et al. He was a smart person. He knew that there was this power dynamic. He knew he could use it to exploit women's vulnerabilities and their needs. And their basic needs to get what he wanted. Again, that would be because she knew him? Oh, that's right. No. So I would probably throw that comment into the garbage. Cindy described one time when she and the gunman had group relations with a younger woman who was a patient at the denturist clinic in Dartmouth. The gunman would focus on patients who were on social assistance or lived on the quote. Now we're going to get this one. Okay, so where does that appear in the sentence again? I would like to read that. I need to go back and read the statement because it's taken what? What's this thing here? Right. Out of context. Oops. If she said something, then you can show the entire statement. That's my thinking. Okay, O'Dear is dropping documents in here. Give me one moment. Ooh. Oh, you guys, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, yeah, you can. My body talks. Everybody does. Look at that. Goosebumps. Huh? What are you dropping in there for us? New docs. Be sure to download. Give me one moment while I get that running in the background. It will take a while. I'm actually going to take a short break, if you don't mind, too, because I need to handle. No. Moving along. So, please go and grab the new comment or new document. Again, you can use certain because they've purposely built the website for. I'm just saying this for because we do have new people, lots of new people. So welcome. And of course, their numbers, they just lie anyway. You can use certain things. This one seems to work nicely. Downloader. Okay, this is some Chrome garbage. Thank you, Odeer, for turning me on to it. I don't really do the techie stuff. So you can use it. Maybe I'll do that. I can show how it's done. It's very, very great, but at the same time, extremely inconvenient because that's the way they've built their site. So if you click the little button thing there, eventually, because they've done something to the site that makes it nice, just like some of the papers can't be OCR'd. They layered them. So if you put 0 in, so we had 32, so they added 16 new documents. This takes a long time, actually, so maybe we should just wait on that. Not necessarily because of, well, they make videos that are, find the tricks, and then they're like, no, you can't do that. We'll have to stand that. Those guys are getting smart. Can't download. Okay. Really? Fuck you. We'll work around it. Yes, many thanks to Odeer. Might be easier to read. I'm curious, though. Take all the breaks that you want. We want our MCC timestamps. Yes. Where's Julia today? I haven't seen her. Hopefully she's okay. No, I am not a... But see, that's what makes me probably human, as opposed to talking robot following orders. Learned that from my family. Don't really follow orders necessarily. Follow the law. But question everything. I may just grab one or two of these randomly because I'm curious what they are. I'm sure Odeer's already well up to speed. I'm way behind. I'm sure you guys are too. Let me just see what we're dealing with here. The fucking thing is still going. Maybe they put some blocker on it now. Those people, they can't have the documents. keep them away. Ah, interesting. Bergerman. Email Lee Bergerman. I just grabbed one randomly. Internal message. No, it's not internal because you work for me. So it's actually my message. Thanks. Letter to H Division. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. Victor Hugo. Well, that's a hell of a way to start a fucking statement. Letter. What is this? I feel like I'm at a funeral. Barely a week ago, we were all in the moments of coming to terms with one of the most horrific incidents language in our collective memory. We lost Heidi, a dear colleague. Again, I would say, look at Dean's statement about the bridge. A quote, what about the other families? I think he lost people. Give me one moment. I'm going to deal with something. I'll be back. Okay, got a beverage. That's good. I think the MSM has the doc long in advance of the release to public. Oh, yes, they do. They absolutely do. They cop to that because Frank said that they were all under. So I believe that they have access to. I know that they have access to TitanShare, and TitanShare families don't have access to. TitanShare is the host for all of the videos. So that means that families are way lower on the rung than medium. That's because the medium, then of course, is there to write the spin articles that help Again, I would ask, why has the alternative media been absent from the picture in this one? Silence. From Leah to Lucky. Okay. That's a good one, apparently. First segment, 1 hour. Second session, approximately 1.5 hours. Was that the time for today? So you got 2.5 hours of gobbledygook. We'll just expose it to people crashing. No. Examiner story about Lucky got posted like 30 minutes before the commission actually got to slide in. Cognitive dissonance. The eyes. Very open. Should I continue to read this letter? I don't know. Basically, rallying the troops. That's what this is. Solidify. They have to unite it front. Please don't break from us, because if you do, well, we'll have to single you out. Number one, which they do, and they have for years, targeted anybody who speaks out. Of course, the secrecy oath, right? That came up somewhere too recently. Lots of things do. Anyway, we'll get back to why is this thing still not started? Here we go. Okay, so eventually you'll get this. Right? It says there's nothing there. But that's not true. It's actually just scanning, and you have to give it quite a while, at least on my end. So whilst it's doing that, which will take a bit, I will have to review. Okay, I think I can continue to read. Where the hell that article is, though. I don't want to shut it off. Actually, I'm going to wait. The site is extremely slow today. Funny that. I don't know. It's like the RCMP website going down. Funny that. No, the MSM don't have to worry about it. They all got it. They all got everything beforehand. And they just come out with their gobbledygook. It's Canadians, actually, probably, who are, and I wouldn't doubt if they would throttle it. I wonder how long this takes to go. Story is still being written. Still being written, most certainly being written. That's right. The introduction of NST was very important. They say it right there in what they do. Aside from what we can look at, maybe what a little bit more back at. Whilst this is going, let's see here. I hope this isn't going to cancel it. I don't want to click on other things because it tends to shut that process down about, not the process, of truth. Well, yeah, I guess in a way. So Nikki says the Leah letter. Leah, I was searching for high and low and I couldn't find. Till I came across her in a document. But I've been looking for her for a long time. She's more interesting than Roger. Nope. Absolutely not. Rallying the troops, more like rallying the poops. There's lots and lots of great officers. The problem is that they know the system they're locked into. But that's why you're not locked into it. Just get the hell out and then just come clean, and there we go. We'll start anew. Are they still blocking the video of Skipper Band? I don't know. You would know better than I haven't tried. I noticed the transcripts. Oh, okay. So I can open up something else without screwing that. The transcripts are slow to come. Slow. So, important ones. There's a couple of important ones in there that they kind of are stuttering, farting on. Because then you have the direct quotations, right? So to speak, from the horse's mouth. Well, or bison. Big Brother doesn't throttle any information. Says the guy that got a shadow ban for my own tweet. I love it when they do shit to, when I've done videos before and they fucking stop my own comments on my own, or like in the chat. And I'm like, this is my channel. And the only way you can pick up on that. The shadow banning is unreal. It's the same with the numbers. They just fuckaroonies. Oh yeah, there's only 800 people watching. So, we just wiped out another 300. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. What is he, that guy over there? Nobody watches. Really? Are you sure about that one? June 9th is the last one for transcripts. Attachment to Leah's email to Lucky Juicy Part. Email itself, big solicitor client privilege redaction. Are they hiding behind that, are they? I do very much believe in the legal process, if it's not corrupt. We've got corruption going around in that one too. In this one. Not good. I'm feeling very... wide awake. You're feeling very wide awake, are you? Invasion? That wide awake stuff. What are you guys talking about over there? Be right up there with the, what is it, Todd? The bearing of ATIP? Documents for 80, what did it get from 85 to 60 years? Oh, no. We'll allow you to have that in 60 years. Just on RCMP stuff to do with, I believe it's all the gambling garbage out in BC, isn't it? There's no corruption there. Nothing to see. The inquiry, why is it slipping my mind? Cole. C begins with Cohen. No. inquiry, whatever. Oof. Takes about 30 seconds to start downloading just a single document. Holy balada. Okay, so here we go. This is what it looks like then when you go to grab the documents. Okay, so that's all. You have to put 0 in the search over here. I'm not going to click on it because I'll lose this little window, which will be disastrous. And then you click download. Okay, now, as you can see, the counter starts to go up. And I think it's good. I try, and I know there's like far more techie people, obviously, pretty much anybody, but Odeer is definitely queen of that. I'm not part of the Balin crew, so I can turn that off, right? I'm part of the Balin exposure crew. So then it's just downloading it. It's on a different screen right now. But I think it's important to get all of them over time because they go back and change them, right? And so then if you have kind of the original one, and there are originals that are actually way back, but of course we don't get those. That's, working draft copies and balls. I think they call them drafts. Anyway, if you have the old ones, then you can see where they make differences. And with time, all of this it's going to take a long time to unravel all of these things, years and years. But our government is so corrupt. The RCMP is so corrupt. The military is corrupt. And who are all these people working for again? I know I pay for it. You pay for it. That's technically your employees. But I guess they don't really work for us. Whether we realize it or not, we are a remnant church, Jesus Christ. That's why they hate us. Goodbye, Brother Paul. Take good care of yourself. I know that life is running you through trials, but my prayers are with you and your family. God bless you, brother. We experience government transparency differently. Totally blacked out. It's like, and they have all these different ones, right? Even in the same document, they'll have different ones like irrelevant or, Actually, you can prove that some of those aren't irrelevant. So stop with that, please. Yes, you've been busy on the tweeters. I'm enjoying. Of course, I don't get notified or anything, but I do have to go over periodically and check. I like some of your comments. Too bad about a certain blockage. I'm sorry about that. You shouldn't have mentioned anything. I shouldn't have mentioned the name. And you shouldn't have inquired. That was bad. Leah Scanlon to email to Brenda is going to cause another wave of media shit. Mainstream shit. Very worth reading. Okay. Can you post there? Can you post it, please? I'll read it. Let's get it out there. This is what we do. Well, the docs don't look too good. More black info than anything. What? My documents. I want my underwear back. This speaking from a personal standpoint. I pay for the lawyers. Fuck off. They're mine too. $59343. Okay, that's the document. I'm still going. 1,800 documents. Must be my slow internet, 15 minutes to upload a tweet. Are you out of your fucking mind? $703. Task 703. Yeah, it'll all come out. Sorry, 59343. Oh, isn't that what you typed? 59343. I believe that's what you typed. Oh, okay. You're pulling me. Major typos all the time. 59354. Okay. Well, I can grab that right now. 5934. Okay, all right. Let's go and grab that. One moment. How do I do this here? Uh-oh. Something going on now. Everything frozen here. Okay, there we go. Ooh, something's going on. That's pretty cool. I love the tech games. This is great when I'm talking to somebody. And yesterday, I think yesterday was not a bad day. Everything's frozen again. Four hang-ups. There we go. No. Was it more than 4? Anyway, there was two in one phone call. That's not totally unusual either, but it was like really hilarious, the timing, because I'm like, okay, and somebody's telling me something that's very important. And then you have to wait a while because the signal goes and it's all this really cool stuff. And then they call me back and they're like, oh yeah, sorry. Everybody's used to it. The people, talking in the background, right? And so they start again. Same point. I was like, oh God, they really don't want that one. It's just red flags. It's funny. Talk to them in the background. You could be doing something better with your time. You could be playing for the right team. How's that? Okay. I think I got this. Let's see. Copy. Okay. I guess I must have put in one too many zeros. Yeah, Leah's the one. She's got special approval for cats down there, too. Probably. You need those PTSD cats, don't you? Okay, is this it? I think so. Commissioner Lucky, this note is regarding a meeting you requested Tuesday, April 28th, following a press conference held in H Division in relation to the H. Schrong investigation. I am the director of Divisional Strategic Communications Unit. Was it her that renamed that? Stratcoms. I don't know. Sounds important. basically nothing. Which is the force, and have been with the force for 12 years. On that day, Superintendent Darren Campbell, Bump Boy, who was probably going to retire, completed a lengthy press conference to provide information to public while protecting the integrity of the ongoing investigation. The objective of this press conference was to provide the victim's family and public and our employees with the facts, the freaks, as best as they could see them, many of which they acquired that day. I'm not still sure about how they came to those ones, but anyway, the public and our employees with the freaks, and that we were able to share at the time. Able to share. Right. For a dead man. Darren was exceptional. The best I've seen it done. Remember, Leather, of course, got the boot. He was doing too much. What is that? Where's my prop for that one? Shitting his pants. Have to bring in Darren. Darren's a little bit more presentable. He achieved exactly what we set out to accomplish. Did so with poise, class, compassion, and courage. Again, those words are nothing directed towards families or justice. Darren restored a sense of pride within our membership and represented the force in a manner that we should hold as the standard. Families. Following the press conference, members of the H Division management team gathered to acknowledge the incredible work that had been done. But also reflect on collective exhaustion we were experiencing as we recognized we had months of long days and sleepless nights ahead. Oh, it's only beginning. During this moment of reflection, I received a phone call. District Commander Brian Brennan. Funny that. Former head Nova Scotia. Who then went to what? Contracting and Indigenous. Always a great department. Oh, the ties. One day. Anyway, called on your behalf to organize an immediate meeting with you. In attendance requested, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. Sorry. Chief Superintendent Leather. Superintendent Campbell. How's your wife? Ex-wife? Oh, Pepper these days. Right. And me and Brian Brain. Sharon Tessier. District Commander Brennan. Were also on the call. The reason for the meeting was unclear, although I suspected it might have had to do with the guns. Given I was asked if Darren could speak about the guns less than 2 hours before the press conference was scheduled to take place. Prior to this, there were conversations between national headquarters and divisional about the caliber of guns and why. Cold law enforcement things. From an investigational standpoint, they could not be discussed publicly. No. I indicated in an email to Deputy and Sharon that the caliber of guns would not be included in Darren's remarks. Can't quite recall what he said off the top of my head verbatim. But... oh, I think actually I do have that. I played it in that little thing I had the other day. One, I love that one. That's the best one. I don't know why the media hasn't got it. I got a phone call about it. Thank you very much. The one with Blair. Oh, the things I know. You will come to learn. You will understand why we're doing this. Yeah, but you had the document a week before. And it was lies. Would not be discussed, not be included in Darren's remarks, the scripted ones. It is important for me to point out that within the division, we made a commitment that guided all of the public releases of information, a commitment to the families of the victims, that prior to any public release, we would ensure that they were first informed to prevent them from being re-victimized by hearing new information in the media. Fail. That's been 2 years, 2 months of fail. Total lies. Total lies. Last minute. You know why? Receipts. They prove it. The families had not been provided with any information related to the guns. You began speaking to the group, and I was struggling to follow, but respectfully listened. Lapping? Boots? Perhaps? You personally attacked me, the work we had done, and told us that you perceived our actions as a blatant sign of disrespect. You didn't think our communications were strategic, Rick, and believed that we had, quote, let the boys down. Oh my, who's being sexist? See that name or that being bantered around as a defense now? Sad. Very sad. It's a sexist attack. Really? Reaching. Referring to the 2 young boys whose parents were brutally murdered in front of them. You spoke to us as if, really? Is that what they're referring to? You spoke to us as if what we were doing and were ignorant to government and public pressure. Eventually, you informed us the pressures in conversation with Minister Blair. Drinky drink, Blair. Which we clearly understood was related to the upcoming passage of gun legislation. There it was. I remember a feeling of disgust as I realized that was a catalyst for the conversation and perhaps a justification of what you were saying about us. In H Division, our focus was broad in scope. It centered on the victims and their families. You sure about that one? And our people, our family, of Of course. Even still to this day, Ivani's video. I take care of members. You know, I guess civilians, maybe. If I have to. While including political requirements at a provincial and national level. The political lens was not our sole focus. I could not believe what you, the leader of our organization, was saying, and I was embarrassed to be privy to what was unfolding. Ouch. It was appalling, inappropriate, unprofessional, and extremely belittling. Oh my. Maybe that's why she needs stones. I don't know. As the commissioner of Canada's paramilitary organization, there is never an appropriate time or audience to be on the receiving end of what you felt it necessary to say. Collectively around the table, there was plenty of leadership and experience, thankfully. Like you, we have all worked with and alongside many high-ranking leaders within the RCMP. Well, probably the ones that are passed over. And there are some that have legitimately actually worked their ways through the ranks, like really legitimately, but I don't know. Including former commissioners. Therefore, the realities of Ottawa are not as foreign as one may think. I could empathize with you and the challenges you were facing. What challenges? I don't envy your position for a second. Wink, wink, nudge. I remain shocked, though, at your inability to extend that same sentiment to a team of your people who were facing the largest mass shooting in our country's history. A team who had pressures coming from governments, our employees, at every level, while at the same time having the world watch our every move. Oh, it's only beginning. And the global media criticizing our people. They weren't really doing a lot of that then. Not really. They all tote water. Because they know can't bite the hand that feeds them. Including the actions of a fallen member. I don't know if Heidi's ever been criticized. No, sorry. Our friend and colleague was murdered. There were over 20 individual stories of unbelievable terror that will haunt us forever. I don't think you're in the same category. And employees were falling apart physically and mentally. Our members were looking to their leaders for help and reassurance. Suffice it to say, what we were facing in Nova Scotia day in and day out likely looked and felt very different from a vantage point in Ottawa. You know, war room. It stood out to me that once you were informed that there was a miscommunication. Sharon advised that she briefed incorrectly, and we had never intended to mention the logs. You did not see it fitting to apologize. That seems to be an inherent trait, you know, like Onslow and Leather. That's one of the best apologies I've ever heard. Or take accountability for what you said. I do appreciate others who spoke up and to try and minimize on your behalf what just took place, but no one else should have to be accountable for your delivery. I want to share something personal with you with a hope of imparting empathy so that this does not happen to another group of people, and to ensure you appreciate the impact of words. Do you remember saying to us, quote, "You let those boys down," end quote? A week earlier, the details of the boys' parents being murdered in front of them were discussed internally. Hearing about the foot chase through the home that ended with the boys lying for hours with their parents who were shot to death. Okay. Maybe it's still under investigation at that point. Anyway, while our OCC operator stayed on with them for on the line, while our ERT members tried to get them out. Redaction. Oh yeah. It's expandable. Expandable. Hey, the machine is that way. Bigger chess moves at work. They're only useful for so long. Nobody is a prophet. To have anyone in the RCMP say, I let the boys down, there is nothing that makes that acceptable, especially that it was said by the person who by rank is the top of our organization. Oh, you think so, do you? How you doing, Bob? It was a revealing moment, one where I realized we were not aligned. Our focus was on the families and on the boys, not on the legislation being passed May 1st, 2020. Okay. I think it would have been different if that were so. Fortunately, I remain friends with, redaction. Sorry. Fortunately, I remain friends with many current and former leaders within the RCMP who reminded me why I do what I do. I care about our people, period. The family. The real family. I will forever remain appalled at what took place during the meeting and will use it as a point of growth and a lesson in leadership and values. Ma'am, the core values of the RCMP are only words on paper unless you live them and represent them. Regards, Leah Scanlon. Well, frankly, when was this addressed? Do we have a date on that? Uh-oh, now I've got seizing stuff going on again. That's probably the download. No, it wouldn't eat up that much of my internet. Absolutely not. April 28th. Okay, so if that had occurred I think this is more, I'm not saying that the letter didn't happen. What I'm saying is that there would be a fuckload of shit headed Leah's way. If she had spoken to the commissioner like that. So again, I would say 64D chest being played. A lot of stuff going on right now. Cindy. Oh, we're going to get back to the letter, or sorry, the article. I just was reading email on sent from Leah Scanlon. What was that? Oh, yes, that's a good one. Where is the Blair one? I put that Blair one together. I never did. There's so much to it, though. Finish it up. Billy Blair. Oh, there's the question period from June 22nd. That just popped up. Interesting. Okay. Next day also had some good stuff. Billy. I should produce this as a smaller thing so it can be made into a tweet.
Morning, Prime Minister Tom Perry, CBC. You've promised a ban on assault-style weapons. Given what we know about the shooting in Nova Scotia, could that have prevented these crimes? And if not, would you consider even tighter gun control measures?
As we know, this is very much an ongoing investigation that's in its early stages in Nova Scotia right now. So I don't want to jump to conclusions or make characterizations about what happened until we get a full accounting from the authorities. But in regards to gun control, we took very serious commitments in the election campaign and have moved forward and are moving forward on them to ensure that we're strengthening gun control in this country. I can say that we were on the verge of introducing legislation to ban assault-style weapons across this country. It was interrupted when the pandemic caused Parliament to be suspended. But we have every intention of moving forward on that measure and potentially other measures when the Parliament returns.
Announcement connects the Nova Scotia shooting. RCMP concludes. This has to be one of the best clips. Really proves it. May 1st, 2020. Ouch. This one is way better than anything in the media that I've seen.
The RCMP will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
May 1st. Okay. We'll understand, right? We'll understand. Okay. You've got that insider scoop. What's that? A week before. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oops.
With respect to the firearms in the gunman's possession, this component of the investigation remains active and involves other domestic and international law enforcement partner agencies. At this time, I can only provide limited details. What can be confirmed is that the gunman had acquired all of these firearms illegally. Of the 5 firearms found in the gunman's possession on April 19th, 3 were obtained illegally from the United States. 1 was obtained illegally in Canada through the estate of an associate who was deceased, or a deceased associate of the gunman. And these are the 4 firearms that we have previously indicated the gunman had on April 18th. The 5th firearm was Constable Stevenson's.
Well, I don't know. Whatever happened to somebody who was worried about being charged? It seems to have fallen by the wayside. A lot more, probably, that needs to be talked about, but that will come with time. But you knew right away. We'll all understand, will we? Okay. I understand now, like I did then. Having trouble remembering his lines and checking something down to his left. Oh, Billy. Or is Bill just drunk? Can't ever tell. Sorry, but takes one to know one. Takes one to know one. I'm not hurling stones. I know. Project Fast and Freezy. Who? Where's that? Where is that? Yeah, I'd say so. The Fast and Freezy. I like that. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Now, all right. Continuing on. I'm glad you're back around. Seems to be some people who don't like voice. Hopefully, maybe that's a reference to me. I don't know. Takes 14 seconds just to refresh MCC documents. I think I finally finished downloading. Great. Cindy, described one time when she was with the... Okay, so I think we read that. Well, we'll reread it because she's back, I believe. One time when she was... And the gunman had a group encounter with a young woman who was a patient at the denturist clinic in Nova Scotia. The gunman would focus on patients who were on social assistance or lived on, quote, on the streets, EE said, and he would bring them back to his cottage and, quote, treat them like queens. Is she, are they, who's this, Ryan? Are they selectively quoting you, Cindy? Is that what you were stating? This was your statement? Or was it, this is kind of from one piece and then this is from a different piece? I don't know. It certainly looks selective. I can't remember your statement verbatim, so. Oh, no white Hyundai. Gone. In the driveway. Right. The Department of Community Services had confirmed that Atlantic Denture Clinic, Clayfield Denture, which the gunman owned, Clayfield, received provincial funds to deliver services to clients, received employment support, income assistance, and those on disability assistance. Well, that sounds like, I don't know, maybe fraud? Maybe the person's trying to help. I don't know. Certainly doesn't sound like women beating to me, but between 2015 and 2020 received over $434,000. Okay, now was he just helping the community or was he beating women? still not making the connection. Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this white privilege, Linda? And RCMP Jean? No, can't be. Can't be from that non-state torture. You know, the one that they had Brenda, Balin, Forbes, phone, Tim. Didn't want to use her real name there, but right away did use it in the National Post. And yeah, same day, I think it was. Was there another article? They were spinning them out like crazy. Oh, Bernard, he lies. He lies. Oh, these people are going to. It was a long time ago. I'm not sure what I told her. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just asking. After the gunman's name and face went public, please don't use that. Said who? Oh, Trudeau. Would you believe his words now? Not that I am political, because it's all a sham. But maybe there's something more to it. Maybe. McDonald and Sarson said that they got a call from a woman who had once been his patient. She was so terrified, quote, terrified about what he did to her while she was in his clinic that she didn't finish her treatment. Quote, I've read also a lot of other statements, so is that a statement? Can I find that in the Mass Casualty Commission? Has anybody else? This thing? Has anybody found that? Or is it McDonald and Sarson saying it's so? Anybody seen this statement? Help me, please. Because I haven't seen it. But there are lots of statements. I have read a lot of other things, which I find frankly enlightening, but this one. Oh, they're building the cover. This is part of your statement, Cindy? Or is it just lag? Quote, she felt that he got her in a room alone in a chair and sexually assaulted her, and quote, McDonald said about somebody else saying something. Hearsay. Quote, this woman didn't even like taking that route around his office anymore. Anybody seen this? Or is this your statement, Cindy? No. Okay, so has anybody seen this one? Because I think it's ready to go into the garbage along with hearsay of hearsay. Or help me. Not that they don't have any horse in the race books and things. Or Jerry, Sergeant Jerry. No. Know about group stuff, patients off the street. Okay, so that's not you. Okay, so some rando called. I like the randos or sources. No name, no statement. Sounds like garbage to me. No, I don't know. I don't know about Linda and her friend. her friend, Sergeant Jerry Sarson's RCMP wife, traveling all over the north with RCMP transfers. Not that they have anything, right? No, there's nothing going on here. Nothing at all. Nothing. Surfaces Brenda, comes up with this one. Brenda, who is hearsay, took how long? No matter how much I railed on that, for how long? Finally, the media admits, well, yeah, she didn't really see anything. Portapique neighbor Brenda, bailing Forbes, because she has connections. 1 degree of separation, and it's a very interesting one, has said no one believed her when she told the RCMP in 2013 that Wortman abused Banfield. Nothing came of her complaint. What was the complaint again? Was it directed which direction? That's a good question. Who? Why? Where's the record of this? Oh. Wait. I can't remember the wording. The wording. What was it? We don't believe. Something that it was quite the way that it was said. Or it wasn't domestic. And it wasn't necessarily in respect to Lisa and Wortman. Then on April 18th, 2020, the rampage started. Rampage. Gun, the attack Banfield. Threw her in the cruiser. She has told police she was able to escape through the partition in the car and hid in the woods overnight. It wasn't the first time. Banfield said there had been at least 10 other physical assaults over the years. Corroborating evidence anywhere? Waiting. Perhaps it will be that couple. I forget their name. They're going to maybe come out of the woodwork. The tire crew. Was that happening in the shower? Tires in the ditch. Other people said it was whilst, yeah. No. Anyway, problems. Big problems. What's it? The Hudsons. That's right. Man, you never know. Gunman was controlling about where she went. Really? Was he? That's not the way I read those emails between them. Can I come up and visit? When can I come up and visit? I'd like to come up and visit. Love you, Sheriff. Love you. Oh, I miss you. Oh, those things are really just like my eyes. Not really, because I kind of get what's going down, but to see it there with hearts and all the goo, and that's only released somewhat. I don't know. There was stuff in there about torturing each other, and they're definitely into some different things. But tires in the ditches, yeah. John, Nancy, Hudson. That story kind of evolved with days. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. She described one time when 2 of the gunman's friends were in Portapique Cottage, choked her and punched her on a bed. Banfield on a bed. The men asked the gunman to, quote, leave her alone, never stepped in. No, that's changed. I don't think it was on a bed. I've seen more references to Glenn being dead. Cindy? Is Glenn dead? So I've seen it multiple times now. Different people. Is Glenn dead? Were you living down there at the time? Can't find his obituary. It's interesting, some people who were saying this too. I was quite surprised. Somebody who doesn't like, what is it? Is angry at images on TVs. And also said how very wonderful and very kind and very generous and nice, very nice. So quite a few glowing words. Shocking. John Hudson, he was talking so much about at work, restricted conversation. Oh, that was before or after? Before or after April 18th and 19th was he talking? Ongoing abuse. Banfield has told police the gunman would often blame her after the assaults. Paper trail. Doctors' names. Nurses' names. Administrators, nurses. Going to be there. Oh, it was after. After, so I guess he didn't really want to talk about it before. Okay. Interesting. He'd always say, quote, he'd always say, like, why do you make me do that? It's your fault. Like, and I knew it's not my fault. I'm not stupid. But yet, you know, why I put up with it, I don't know. Okay. Those emails are going to be interesting. Oh, here's George and Brenda. Fixed her hair. Where's this done? Was this in Camrose or down Nova Scotia? I believe he still lives down in Nova Scotia. Maybe he traveled to Camrose. Maybe. Maybe it was like all those references to Brenda just started popping up in Camrose on the Google after in the Camrose newspaper. I never did get to show that, sadly. Certainly existed when I date searched, and I was like, oh my God, Brenda Forbes Camrose. Nothing appears, but then all of a sudden, poof, she's in the paper a bunch. I'm like, oh, that's interesting timing. Sarson, Jerry Sargent. Oh, I mean, Gene, RCMP, Jerry Gene. As said, there's still a long way in today's society to change beliefs and attitudes on intimate partner violence. Again, where's the records? Where's the witnesses? Where's the names? Still waiting. Or Or is this all a big... Well, she said it's still often considered a, quote, family matter. I suppose if you want to learn more, you can buy her book, which, funnily enough, got signed to afterwards, after she brought forward Brenda and made these claims with RCMP Jerry Gene Saracen, right? Quote, it still is, well, that's happening in their relationship. It's none of our business, but it is our business. And I think we have to make it our business, Saracen said. Was that, what was that trip that those guys were doing? They like to make it their business. You know, those government grants and things. Speaking to, who was it? The UN? I think it was. Wow. Moving up in the world. Non-state, non-RCMP, non-government. Right. Another woman said she wanted to report the gunman's fake police car and odd behavior, but felt too intimidated to take that step. Odd behavior, weird. Weird. I've seen weird pop up a lot. Very nice, but maybe a bit weird. I'm still trying to figure out why. In fact, one statement I was reading, it was, don't know really why at all. He's very nice, but everybody just thinks he's weird, and I don't even know why. No idea. Oh, okay. Cindy's daughter, also partied with the gunman at the gunman's garage, told police following the mass shooting at the gunman's fully marked RCMP car in uniform scared her. She was convinced he was either an officer or hosted parties with dirty cops. Oh, so we've gone from unsubstantiated claims of abuse to dirty cops. That's quite a junket. DD. Later revealed to the commission, she thought reporting the gunman would only make things worse, or she wouldn't be believed. Quote, you just can't walk into a police station because we didn't know and potentially we didn't know how deep this goes into the police. How far up the food chain? Yeah, well, I'll leave all those things with you because that's not for me to say. I try to protect people somewhat, you know, and their personal things. How deep does it go? And does it glow? I could have been in danger, Dee said. One of the gunman's acquaintances in Portapique, Rob Carpenter Doucette, who has friends in, what is it? Internal Affairs Ontario Police. Very interesting. Said the gunman would make aggressive advances on women in the area at parties, sometimes getting into a hot tub nude. Hot tub. I wonder who was ever saying something about hot tubs. I don't know. Does anybody else happen to get into a hot tub nude in their life? Maybe. Oh, what a beautiful day it is today, too. perfect day to go out to the ranch. And whenever I go into the creek, guess what I'm wearing? Nothing. Some people do that. One time, Doucette, carpenter, friends with cops, said he and other man saw him go after Lisa McCulley and then, quote, physically had to take his hands off of her. Yes, but there are some interesting statements about all of that, too. McCulley was one of the first people the gunman killed April 18th. This is why it's very sad, because I think maybe some of the skirts are going to hurt people unintentionally that they aren't supposed to protect others. That's not good. Not good. Nobody deserves to be hurt except for the people that are really guilty. Carpenter, friends with cops, Doucette said the gunman get mad if a woman rejected him. The shower tire incident. Boy, right? Oh, no, that was in the woods with Glenn. Nancy and John. They threw him into the bay. Oh, no, into the ditch. Can't get it figured out. Gotta study closer. He'd like to start calling them whores and all this and that. Okay. Is it a proclivity? I don't know. An expert report to the inquiry. Oh, no. Oh, what this? Oh, down from Australia, Balin's way. Balin. Oh, good old Balin, Covert Ops Director, General, RCMP, Canada, all of it. Okay. The analysis said that many mass murders have been violent towards women in their lives, and their partners are usually the first victims of such attacks. Well, that may or may not be so. I would presume that's true. I would presume absolutely that is true. The question is April 18, 19, and Mr. Wortman. Don't care about anything else because that garbage. Who's one to talk? Oh. Carpenter. Bad visual picture. I apologize. It's not meant to hurt. Just meant to clarify, because there's some people who maybe haven't read certain things or whatever. I need to know where Rob is, because I found a cigar can in the backyard again. Okay, that's unfortunate. Call over to Ontario. He's got cop friends. Now, analysis of 12 years of mass shootings in the UK. So again, garbage. Moving along. Women's shelters participating in inquiry, represented by legal counsel, Coalition of Transitional Houses Association, Nova Scotia. Transitional houses. Yes. Third, does that have any association? Are they tied to, what is it, Third House in Truro? I wonder who else is to say. Third House? Is it Third House? This organization also was very imperative to have them on board. You know, they were ones that were organized the strategically placed rally. Same time as the families that they did theirs in Halifax. Just to get what narrative on board? What skirt that they needed to hide behind? Oh, that's right. The unsubstantiated. No paper trail. No witnesses. Thus far, Lisa claimed, "I love you, Sheriff. When can I come and visit? I need to visit. Looking so forward to visiting. I'm all by myself with all my cash and cars down at our own clinic that we supposedly own together, just like the property you're at right now." The inquiry. Oh, sorry. And the Be the Peace Institute. I'm sorry, I don't know if I know them. Sergeant Sarson, Jean, and Linda McDonald, white privilege. White privilege, Linda. That's why it happened. It must have been that white privilege. You guys ever see that? I played that sometimes, the white privilege. Where's that? Oh, Jean. Oh. Hmm.
He had white privilege. He had power in that he had money.
Sorry. I'm going to get this back over here. Whose money did he have? I'm always curious about that. Maybe that's the ticker running on the bottom. Okay. Where's Clayfield again? No statements from Clayfield. Still missing. Knew about it at what time? Oh, that's right. 911.
He had white privilege. He had power in that he had money. And we have to treat everyone equally and start looking at the behaviors of the person.
Still waiting on that racist stuff to come forward. Right. He hung out with Aaron. Some. Aaron wasn't white entirely. Okay. Not sure where that's coming from. Perhaps that's right up there with, her friend, Brenda Balin. The Bra is expected to hear more from Banfield in the weeks to come. But there's no decision released yet on when or how she will testify. I see a lot of smoke, no fire. Sorry to use the analogy, but there's nothing there. The next phase of the expected to last through the summer will also delve deeper into various issues, including how intimate partner and gender-based violence played into the mass shooting. How many victims again were male? I remember I worked out the statistics. It doesn't follow the 49-51. I think it was about 62 or 68 maybe percent were female. But I'm not sure how that again plays into intimate partner violence. Males die too. Moving on. Oh, thanks, Haley. Red flags. So at the beginning of this, you know how this red flags thing keeps popping up? The same with the 22. Agendas at work, bigger ones. Red flags, just the subtle associations that they want. What was that in this article? There's supposedly Lisa, whatever. Sorry, looking for the reference to red flag in this one, because they're all red flags. They've got them. So apologies. Oh yeah, right there. Is there more? Important to recognize abusive behavior as red flag. Advocates say. I thought there was another red in this one, red flag. I guess not. They just stick it right in the byline for everybody to see, because most people, of course, sadly don't read the article beyond the first little bit. Have you ever seen those studies of people who they throw down it's an experiment about people who read beyond the headlines? You can convey a lot of stuff and people will just buy it because they're flipping. Now, let's see about red flags. Red. More of that red. It's going to trigger somebody in here, I think. They love the red references. Red. Red. What are red flag laws? Washington Post. Oh, when did this come out? Oh, that would be 2 weeks ago. If an emerging bipartisan Senate deal on guns becomes law, you seeing how it works? Oh, here comes the porn. Of course, they're not real happy. They don't like Seamus at all. Emerging bipartisan Senate deal on guns becomes law because all those, I'm not going to comment on the one down in the States. I'm not going to comment. The one here in Canada, more smoke and mirrors, fucking lies. I'm not saying that because I'm a gun buff. I'm just saying reality, statistics. Read it. Of course, that's why is in trouble and all of them. Funny how they all do this across the world. Provisions will make a federal push for states to set up red flag laws. Red flags. It's almost like that. Let's see. You can go back in time. Red flags. Globe and Mail. Remember that article? Right at the beginning. If you put in red flag in Nova Scotia, I think Brenda Balin Forbes was in here. I think it was. Yes. Yes, here it is here. Right here. Red flags. Huh. Funny that. Let's just do a search. Yes, that's true. They do. Miraculous coincidence? I don't know. Let's try red flag. And I'm curious for my own. It's going to take you on a ride with me, satisfy my own curiosity. Oh, here's another one. Interesting. Toronto Sun, or Star. The Red Star. Would federal red flag gun laws have stopped Nova Scotia mass murder? Notice how they keep sticking in red flags. Nova Scotia shooter controlled red flag. Liberals propose expanding red flag gun laws, or Barr says May 3rd, 2020. Oh, yeah, that must have been after his lie. After he, well, not must have been. It was, provably. Red flag law, red flag in the National Post, likely to unlikely to pass, red flag. So are we seeing a pattern? Seeing a pattern? And the association to Nova Scotia. Agendas, much bigger going on. Sad, but true. Not, or do you think it's just a miraculous coincidence? Miraculous coincidence. I'd say there are 0 coincidences. Who's bringing you all of the language? The same people that don't want to tell you the truth. On behalf of who? They're the ones that want the laws. Yeah. Subtle sewing. Disgusting. Very cheap and loser. Sorry. Move along. Anyway, if you guys want to read any more into that, I'm not going to go into, and I definitely won't touch the states stuff because that's just a swamp. But, what builds upon this? Then it just keeps building. Oh, well, now we need to get rid of handguns. Okay. Let's see the stats. Or is it one of those questions of, where is it? Your comment is long gone, I suspect now. What did you call it? Todd? Hey, Brenda. Are there complaints? Where are your receipts? Relying on somebody else's witness statement who then never mentioned it and said, the other person said, well, he witnessed, or it was the other person who witnessed it, who never even mentioned it ever. I like that. It's just gone from bad to worse. What did you call it again, Todd? The fast and the what? Can you help me? Are they going to have Lisa come in for around? I liked how they brought up the lady from New York, the one who happened to live in the same city as something happened. Paid for that too. Traumatizing families. I like knowing, and I'm being obviously extremely sarcastic, I like knowing, helps me sleep at night, that I pay to hurt the families. Be out of your fucking mind. What did you call it, Todd? I want to get that in before I shut her down. Shut her down. The fast and the something? I already had her on Zoom last week. Yeah, we needed to bring her in. Very important. Yes, that's the other part of it. Todd had some good nickname. I want to try and I like things. I like my languaging. I have my own little one. It's not quite mechanical disruption retardonaville, which tries to actually pass for I don't know. Maybe he thinks that that will. Nova Scotia has much more women to men. Well, I love the statistics on this channel. I love it. I love my ladies. I'll be totally truthful. You guys are great, smart, compassionate, wonderful. The fast and incurious? No. Oh, that's good too. That's good. I like that. But no, it was something else. I don't know. Maybe it was something purple related or something. Anyway, I guess your wit is just fast. Fast in the freezies. Thank you, Grampies. Thank you. I like that. Fast and incurious is good. Fast in the freezies. Oh, boy. Boy. Good. Good. I love wit. So, well, I got a day off, right? Back on Thursday. Yep. All right. Thank you ever so much for joining me, participating, being involved, sharing. We are a group, most of us. So, thank you ever so much, because can't do it alone. Families can't do it. I certainly couldn't. So it's a team. We all work together. Fast and freezy. Thank you, Grampies. Grampies got a great memory. Good to see you. I don't think I've caught you in the chat yet. So, hello. Goodbye. All right. God bless you all. And of course, God bless the 23. Okay. We'll see you again on Thursday.